Da, dar să vin deasupra lor. Dar ce fluieră?
Nu știm nici noi. Eu nu sunt cu voi.
Fluieră bețele astea de la greu.
Ah, dar eu să auzi asta ca și
Ce îmi zic că fluieră. Și am zis, pe asta le iau. Da, știam, dar m-am gândit, cum erau să fie?
se intenționa fluieră.
Ce zici?
E de gen by design.
Da, pentru că au găuri, da.
Încă se de tine sau ceva. Să te audă rusul. Ai găsit fragi? Darea de oaie?
Fine? Serios?
Da, dar nu prea sunt bine.
Păi cred că sunt darea de oaie. L-ai mirosit măcar? Știi că sunt bune alea de la mici. Miri-beri. Dar sunt scumpe.
De crescătorie, nu sunt de pe munte.
Păi da, pe munte și mai scumpe.
Sunt date de câine.
Sunt ceva gen 10 lei, 100 de grame. Foarte scump. Da. Dar ce că sunt bune pentru flora intestinală. Dar mi-ți place mie, cred, chestia asta cu fluieratul.
Barele de pe mașină, știi?
Ah, păi da, mă, da.
Ce privire e aia?
Nu pică și pluga asta. Nu e așa că e. Adică stați voi într-o și nu mă bate pe mine verde. Ah, chiar să simte din vedere, să știi.
Transmiți tu live în caz că ne pierde bani.
Nu e super.
Ba da, am kilogramele necesare de consumul ăsta. Mă împinge vântul.
Îți dau eu și ghețanul meu dacă vrei. Cred că te ajută.
Ai venit cu fesul de rezervă? Ai venit cu fesul de rezervă? Ai, mă, nu știu.
Mai am un guler de ăsta care se strânge dacă vrea cineva.
Ah, nu, că am și eu. Cred că era fel.
Da, ceva în genul, dar are de aia de se strânge, știi? Că
Are.
sunt unele care se strâng, unele care nu se strâng.
Are.
Sunt unele simple, fără de la, știi?
Am fes, normal.
Trebuia să iau cutia de mașină. Se trage curentul. Dar suntem în nor. Trebuie să fim deasupra lui. Și așa stă ea vânt. Are soarele sau luna?
Cred că soarele.
Soarele, da.
Mai merge pe extern.
Păi când cred, că nu știu. Nu s-a mai departe dată să-l bag așa și să nu puneți bateria. Dacă e ceva de la motorul în sine, ce se rămâne intenționat.
E de la ce?
Păi adică e un lucru rău?
Ce?
E un lucru rău când încearcă din nou?
Nu mai încep.
Ah, nu, acolo...
Da, că nu ăștia, adică ai încercat data, dar nu am încercat asta, data. Avem baterie nouă.
E bateria nouă și pe mine sunt noi.
Bune?
Deci n-am avut problema asta până acum. Cred că ori din cauza că era el bătut, ori eram eu prost și ne auzam și gen el pornise, de fapt din măcar nu s-au oprit în prima. Nu știu dacă ai văzut uneori,
Nu se aude, că de
dacă e mic, dacă ai văzut că am ieșit în parcare din Lidl, am băgat lângă ăștia la 3 am să bag la 3 și nu s-a oprit motorul, de s-a oprit, dar pornește din nou singur, oarecum. Nu știu, din ori încearcă odată, încă mai are gen momentum, nu știu. Și iese sau e by design așa, nu știu care e faza. Adică o sistem contra proastă. Da. Ah, da chiar, poate dacă faci gen să pe așa faci, de exemplu, vezi că cu valva de presiune la turbină, se oprea singură turbina, că altfel știi că dacă se strică gen în turbină, da. Și nu mai se poți dacă scoți. Cine te așteaptă?
Mai merg să conduc.
Mai am
Da, la masă.
N-ai nici așa departe. Aia lasă pe atât. Ce ai făcut?
Nu mă uitam ce mai e în spate. Să-mi vă pune eu?
Ești în spate, de obicei.
Aici urcăm și aici e răscrucea.
De acolo unde am oprit la așa.
Da.
Asta e crește, frate?
Urcăm, da, e un fel de un pic de într-o altă așa, acolo s-ar putea să se
Păi iar îmi zice. Erau la tine, dar erau și noi am fost să și eu am stat.
Da, sportivi. Ăia, da, sportivi.
și foarte începători, nu numai profesioniști.
Păi știi că,
Prietenii care au trecut erau
Da, eram să ziceam.
știi că
Dar oare unde aveau finish-ul? Jos?
au ea de la Red Bull o competiție în care ce faci cursă cu telegondola.
Cursă cu telecondola.
Adică cu telegondola să urcă și tu să alegi pe jos, o pune iar cum treci.
nu cu gondolă, cu scaun.
De scaun, care e diferența?
Scaunul, ai un scaun în care stai și ești în aer liber.
Da, aia,
E
da.
cabina aia.
Da, aia.
Păi și reușești să-mi treci pe jos, să alergi în aer?
Înțelegi? Da.
Fiecare e...
Asta e greșit, dar ridică de cabine.
Poate te pune în al doilea telescaun și ai pierdut.
Deci chiar așa.
Că e și un prețul nostru, adică să alergi asta. Și ar fi de la 1 euro.
Alergători montani care numai asta fac.
Da, e de la Red Bull, sponsorizează tot felul de chestii de-astea. Și nu știu cum, după aia să fac sponsor și poți să te duci la alte competiții și așa mai departe și devii gen
Dacă ai rezultate, o să faci.
gen te racolează. Nu știu. Da.
Cam la Pep, la acolo.
Ronaldo.
Când era de la live, zice că trincoată.
Era la interviu și era gen cola acolo, care e sponsor,
Da.
și i-au dat la o parte.
Da. A fost sponsorizat. Și după nu știu cum s-a certat ceva, a dat la o parte și la interviu a zis că trincoată, nu era așa cum...
Nu s-a certat, așa a făcut el. I-a venit lui.
I-a venit.
Ronaldo că a dat.
Da, Ronaldo.
Apele a zis de Messi.
Da, după aia am corectat, dar nu cred că s-a auzit.
Dar nu știu că el a făcut și a fost sponsorizat de ei.
Gen, nu el, gen ăsta, UEFA sau ce-o fi.
Ah, da, era sponsorul gata, știu.
Că da, el era acolo, nu
Campionatul
degeaba.
mondial sau ceva.
Da, da. Unul dintre sponsori.
Da. El nu bea nimic, el numai apă și...
Da.
Așa am mai fost, nu știu care, musulman. Și-a dat alcoolul la parte. El a zis, da, sponsor era cola și un brand de bere.
Da, Bud Light.
Nu mai știu care. Și l-a dat la o parte că a zis că el nu are cum să apară.
Acolo. Bună ziua! Uite încă unele de fluiere. Ce-mi plac asta. Vreau să-mi iau și eu. Cătălincă. A strigat cineva? Wow, ce alb e! Să mine așa jos.
S-a făcut lumină?
S-a făcut lumină. M-am învățat așa, maro. Sepia. Coacăze. There is you'll die. If you keep doing it long enough, you will. I swear so. It's not windy at all anymore.
Harry?
Spre cabana mergem?
Ce anume?
Da, la cabana, spre
La cabana, dar mergem la Răscruce și apoi facem stânga.
mai ai până la Răscruce asta?
Puțin, un sfert de oră. 20 de minute.
Hai să ne...
De acum.
Nu, de vreo 10 minute. Nu, nu e semnal. Dar nu mai bate deloc vântul aici. Păi trebuie să vină și restul. E excludem din poză?
Ce face pentru el?
A, e pentru el, dar cu grupul.
Da.
Fă cu mâna. A, nu mai ne face nouă. Scuze.
Gata, mi-a trecut de mine.
Face panorama.
Bine venit să văd asta.
Dați mai...
Ai făcut panorama? Probabil. Iată, a venit și o să bere aici. A venit și o să bere aici, în boscă.
Da, asta s-a putut.
E grea, e grele. Mamă, cât mai bucata de brânză ți-ai pus, Emi. Sau cașcaval ce ăla? Emi?
Dacă e băiatul ăla, lasă să moară, mă, că e băiat. Cum se acurtă primul? Așa, cu palmele așa?
Prima palmă. În mod normal așa, cumva.
Așa?
Dar le... Nu o să uită nimeni, ideea e să apeși acolo.
Păi vrei să-i faci și gură la gură după aia.
Foarte...
Am o din aia de...
A, ca de-aia de când inti să respiri până aici.
Da.
Da.
Nici nu știu, că n-am desfăcut-o, cred că e ca o batistă, ceva cu...
A batistă? Am crezut că e un tub.
Nu. El e într-un plic, așa e sigilată, știi, dar n-am desfăcut-o, nu știu cum e. Și se pune
Ți-a
în
tot de la
față.
muncă?
Nu, am găsit eu pe undeva.
Aha.
Bine, o iau după mine așa, când plec pe undeva.
E întrusă sau e doar chestia aia?
E doar chestia aia, dar eu o pun acolo. Mi-am pus la pachet cu niște plasturi, niște...
A, o ai la tine?
Da.
A, serios? În cazul ceva.
E aproape inutilă, că nu, în cazurile alea nu prea, foarte rar reușești să mai salvezi ceva.
Da, dar știi, e
Știi
gen
că
la
faci tot
modul...
posibilul.
Mai bine să o ai să n-ai nevoie decât invers.
Nu, dar zic așa cazurile, când dacă e inconștient și așa. 4%, 3% mai...
Oricum e foarte greu, înțeles că trebuie să apeși încât practic aproape să-i drupi costele.
Și dacă se întâmplă aici degeaba.
E aerul foarte rarefiat.
Reușește să prindă puls, dacă reușești să-l scoți din stop, dar el, în mod normal, apoi trebuie să-i pui oxigen, să-i pui toate până vin
Aia e gen până vine...
aici.
Exact. Așa. Bea și o apă.
Rămânem aici, nu mai fie, așa?
Un sfert de oră.
De ce ai? Vrei ce ai? Dacă poți să pui și mă. Sunt asta. Și dacă era cafea, voi?
S-a tortit.
Trebuia să zici bere, Mariuse.
Rece.
Bere rece. Am pus-o la termos să nu se încălzească.
Parcă a spus toată cu Iosif și o bere la voi.
Da, cu Iosif. Mai ne luam. Dar nu mai, acum nu prea mai dau nici deloc.
Mai ai ocazie sau nu mai...
Foarte rar, doar la un grătar să mă duc un pic, dar... Și dacă eu abia beau la un grătar, doar nu mi-e la bani.
Oricum, dar pe munte nu înțeleg care e rostul că...
Mâine și ea. Deci vezi.
Păi da, când mergi la munte, la grătar asta, dar nu așa să mergi pe traseu.
Vara când mergi pe căldură, pentru unii nu, e răcoritor. Dar mie nu-mi place, beau alte.
Am loc de forme. Burger. E cald?
Nu, de la presiune, aici e presiunea scăzută.
Ah, da, și ele sunt sigilate.
Da, ele sunt sigilate la altă presiune. Ce să mănânc? Mai las un pic. Ăsta, cine nu avea nevoie, îl donez, că eu am.
E fes?
Nu, guler.
Ah, guler slash fes.
Are cineva nevoie de guler? Fes? Mănuș? Ce zici, Vladimir? Mie nu mi-ai dat.
Mă gândeam să faci niște bomboane, dar... n-am mai luat.
Aduce Marius, Cori, e ok, nu trebuie să ții.
Am luat de la profi și că au dus de Crăciun, de la cu jeleu înăuntru.
Dar nu știu, n-am mai fost la profi de mult.
Dar nu știi, când mergeam la colindație, era aia cu jeleu înăuntru, de-aia de gen să pune în teorie pe brad.
Da.
Fix de la am luat, dar era punga prea mare și n-așteptam să iau altă pungă.
Care e? Cu ce spune?
Zahăr.
Nu, e verde, aia verde. Mulțumesc. Pentru mai târziu.
Și eu am un ceai, dar cred că e următoarea pauză.
Hai, fă că...
Că acum e.
Este că ai murdării, vă fac așa face.
Treabă tu pentru mine. Dacă îți dai un bani.
Așa cu Spider.
A fost acră sau încercealta?
Care e acră?
Aia e verde.
Uite asta cred că
Mamă, ce tare!
am frigul ăsta. Oh, chiar că...
Și le analizează.
Cu Dani?
Da, acolo, știi când și rămâne cervețelul sau ceva, întinde puțin mâna. Salut, salut!
Salut!
Ce echipă mare sunteți!
Bravo!
Oh, soarele!
Nu s-a îndeplinit scopul în viață.
Care era scopul în viață?
Bună ziua!
Bună ziua!
M-a luat ăsta pe mine.
Salut, salut, salut!
Salut!
Rămâi fără cap,
Tata, plecăm să le lăsăm lor locul. Îl băteai.
Nu mai vreau banane, mulțumesc.
Nu știam să s-a uitat. Nu l-am uitat.
Cum să-l uiți? Ți-a schimbat viața?
Îl păzea aici. Dacă nu l-aveam, nu știu dacă urcam. Da, eu cred că dacă n-aveai ochelari.
Da, să știi că e cea mai mare comandă, te-ai făcut.
Geleu.
Rămâne gura cleștat acolo.
Vrei jumătate?
Nu, mulțumesc. Speram să aibă jeleu când am văzut cu mine.
Așa e oarecum, că de jeleu mai tare.
Am uitat în consideră.
Dacă ai imaginația.
Da. Cam gen sunt om. Știi, mimuri care da.
Da. Dar ăsta e mai bun, mă, că jeleu imediat îl mănânci. Ăsta te ține.
Ești urmă de asta.
Pune ronță la ea.
Era rău, știu. Aia mare n-am luat tot.
Dar și tu, mofturos.
Eu?
Aha.
A, nu. Ce faci? Dacă eu voiam să lupt. Uite, chiar pare rău când am văzut pe aia mare.
Te mulțumesc și cu ce n-ai.
Da.
main lanes.
Här. I see very good quote. Exactly.
They actually fought a battle in the mountains. Seems like a pretty bad place to pick a fight.
But Romania won?
I don't know. I would hope so. Looks like they didn't really win. Basically, they're getting prosecuted. He got sentenced to 20 years, and then they got released, but then they got sentenced again. Forced labor, so they're basically slaves.
Fighting in the mountains. That's hard.
Does it say what year this? Oh, 1948.
You usually go often to mountains?
This is my second time,
Oh,
so I'm not really used to it. But the first one was a lot more difficult than this, so I think I'm a little more accustomed to it. Also, I'm generally physically active, so it's not that difficult.
yeah, this is beginner path, as you know.
Yeah. Now the other one, it was supposed to be like, I think 14 hours, but someone got injured and we had to turn around.
Oh,
And his knees started to hurt.
your first travel.
Yeah. And it was, we had to climb using like chains and stuff. It wasn't just walking, just hiking.
Yeah.
It's fun. This one's nice because of the clouds. I hope that on the other side the clouds will be beneath the mountains, so we get to see like the view.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what do you do usually? That you said you were active.
I bike mostly. I used to walk. Yeah, but it's a mountain bike, but I don't bike in the mountains.
Ah, okay.
I just bike around and I try to bike for as long as I can until I get tired, but lately I've not really had the time. I also
Where do you live?
right between Police and Trgovište, like Dermanest, with the rest of the I also go to the gym, although I've noticed that since I started doing more lifting, I have less stamina. I have more physical endurance for short bursts, but less endurance for longer tests like this. I think we're leaving.
Yeah. Because for me it's like...
Do you still have the raincoat from Harry?
I give for...
Ah, is that one? Yeah, it's okay. No problem.
He wants to wear it.
If it was unused, my sister would want. But
No, can I give it? I don't know.
yeah. I don't know because I had it, so I know because I had it, so I gave it to him.
It's not that windy anymore, so.
Yeah, because it's not so windy, I think, yeah. The beginning was super good, yeah. Yeah, there was people who decided to stop it and won't got this wind. Like, come on. Yeah, because I saw she was a bit funny, yeah, I know. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, this mentality when you get tired, I stop, not good.
The thing is, you feel even more tired afterwards.
Yeah.
So it's better if you just carry on.
Exactly, but this is like mentality of beginners, which I think we have to learn, like to push it forward. That's why, because like you, me, and me, we doing exercises, so we know how to push forward. We know when it's like only psychological fatigue happening.
Yeah.
We could do that.
Well, I think it's also the fact that as a beginner, you don't preserve your strength, so you go really hard at the beginning. You
Yeah.
think, oh, I can do this, it's so easy.
That's true. What was the peak we reached yesterday? Oh, yeah, we reached
started raining when we got there.
Oh, it's bad stuff. But yeah, 40 hours, because for us it took about 8 hours. It seems.
Well, that was the planned one, but since we turned around, I think it was around 12 hours.
But I know this alone it's very popular to turning it back, because you had a couple of times when you had to turn it back, right?
Not a couple of times, just one time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because we had some.
Are you going now?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
That time.
Yeah, that's the one time that we turn around.
Yeah.
It's not ideal for turning around, it's actually harder.
Yeah, exactly, because it's very steep, super steep.
So we went really slow while going back because we also had some younger people.
Yeah, that's the thing, like to all we have to explain people carefully where you're going.
Yeah, that's what we were doing basically. And also, since we were going down, it's the problem of knocking loose stones and rocks, and it could hit someone. And it did happen to me, but luckily it was a very small one.
Oh.
It hit me right in the head.
Right in the head, wow.
Yeah.
And we showed me some pictures and I saw people with helmets. And I mean like, no, helmet, no one use helmet.
Yeah. Yeah, when we were going up, I saw people with helmets and I was like, wait, why do you need a helmet? And then I realized when it hit me.
Also, you had helmet or no?
No, I didn't.
Ah. Yeah, but same with a bike. It's like, oh, why are you wearing a helmet when you're riding a bike? But it could just literally save your life, especially doing mountain biking. I know my friend was doing mountain bike and he hit her head directly to a stone in the forest.
Oh, the back of her head?
Yeah, to the head with a stone.
Oh.
But with a helmet.
Oh.
So helmet just to two pieces, you know. But you know, the helmet is fine, but you know, if you head into two pieces, that's a thing.
Yeah, it's like, and it doesn't even, it's not like it burdens you in any way. It's not heavy or anything, so you might as well have it. It's the kind of thing where it's like, it's good to have it and not need it, rather than need it and not have it.
Exactly. So how do you know Emily?
We just go to the same church.
Ah.
Yeah.
Also in that same village?
Yeah, I live, well, my grandma lives very close to him, but right now I live with my grandma. So we're almost neighbors.
Ah, okay. So you are the IT guy or no?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, yeah. Emily told a bit. But
I guess I'm famous.
One guy works remotely. Yeah, because I'm also IT guy, so that's why.
Oh.
You might be the IT guy. Yeah, it's the guy.
Yeah, I'm the guy.
Doing sports.
You can feel the IT vibe.
Yeah, do you enjoy working remotely? Or?
Yeah, for me it's all remote, yeah. I think for Romanians it's harder, because Romanians are really like to hang out around, probably. But for you like working remotely?
Yeah, because I started working, well, at first I went hybrid kind of, because I wanted to learn from the people at the office. Didn't want to start with no experience from home. But it's a lot easier remotely, and also I agree that we like hanging out, but we have team building, so once every 6 months, last week actually, we just rented out an Airbnb for the weekend, and we just build teams. You know,
Yeah, I think that's the way to do. You just have team building events, so you get to know your colleagues better.
Yeah.
And that's all. Why you have to hang out every day.
Especially since we work on different projects, so you might not even know each other.
Yeah.
Never interact with each other.
Yeah, same for me as I start a new company from 15th of November. We have office in Gdansk, but people work from different cities.
Yeah.
With my project, I mean. So it's to meet random colleagues. Maybe, for team lunch, if you're in the same city. If you have to travel, no, I wouldn't go.
Yeah, if you live in the same city and it's feasible, but otherwise I wouldn't really do it.
Yeah.
We don't even have an office right now. We used to run one every now and again. But
So a small company.
it's 30 people. So pretty small.
What do you do specifically in IT?
Well, my title is Smart Contract Developer, so it's algorithms on the blockchain, crypto stuff.
Oh.
But right now the project that I'm working on is mostly full stack. So nothing crypto related, just front end, back end, and also a bit of mobile development.
use for that? Like React?
Yeah, right now the project we're working on is using React for the front end, it's using Go for the back end, and the mobile app is React Native. Although it's not a project that we started from scratch. The client went to someone in Cluj, which is a city in Romania, and he basically got scammed. And now we have to, obviously he doesn't have money to pay us to refactor everything. We have to work with the completely broken code. And it's a bit of a struggle, but I kind of like it. It's like a brain tease. It's like a puzzle.
Yeah. So the scammer built this app that didn't work properly, and then he got paid, and then he was nowhere to be seen, or something like that.
No, the problem is that the client asked for the app, and then for 7 months he didn't look at it at all. He didn't check the product, not a single time. And then he was like, "Yo guys, where's my product?" And they just cobbled together something. I'm pretty sure they generated the code. You can tell. You can very obviously tell. There's a lot of stuff that's completely unrelated. Like the project is about like shipments, you know, carriers, shippers, trucks, stuff like that. And there's a bunch of stuff about Airbnbs in there that have absolutely nothing to do with it. It's just very obviously pasted code. There's a lot of basically the same functions over and over again. They also upsold to the client, since he's not technical, they just kind of like overwhelmed him with technologies. And they use like different things. For example, the mobile app uses gRPC and the front end uses GraphQL, which are like, they do the same thing. You have no reason to use two of them. You would use one for both. But they upcharge them, and they basically double like the development time for a completely useless feature, which actually cost them even more in the future to fix, because we had to rewrite the whole thing. Not rewrite the whole thing, but rewrite one half of it basically. But that happens all the time. It's not really my fault, and at the end, it's like I'm the one getting paid for fixing the other guy's mistake. So it'd be entitled of me to complain about having work to do.
And are you self-taught, or how did you learn?
Yeah, I'm mostly self-taught, because in the summer between 8th and 9th grade, so right before I started high school, and here in Romania, classes are different. Well, actually, I don't know where you're from. Where are you from?
Zimbabwe.
Oh, so I don't know how classes are there. But over here we have like a teacher that also teaches a subject and is also responsible for a class. It's like a parental figure in a way. And my father told me like, "Yo, we'll just call a head teacher. It doesn't have like a direct translation to English. Your head teacher is the computer science teacher."
Okay.
So I wanted to impress him, and I went online and I started studying. And then I just realized like, oh, it's a lot easier to do it online. And I basically almost never learned anything from school, because I had already taught it myself ahead of time. It's just easier that way, in my opinion. Are you also interested in doing IT work?
Yeah, I mean, I started beginning of this year.
Oh.
I was like, I wanted to learn some programming, because in school I just hated it. I think because of how they taught it. So I gave it another shot and I loved it. So I just picked like JavaScript. I didn't know what to start with, and then I learned some React, and then
I think it's a good language to start with. It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like I also hate programming in school. I already in IT for 3 years.
Yes, the way they teach it, I think, is just that the teachers, they learned it themselves like 20 years ago, however long ago. Yeah. It's just outdated
also
knowledge.
like about the system in general, like we teach how to solve math problems. All the time I hate math, and we tell write a program to solve something. I hate in general. Why I have to write some program to solve it? Like it doesn't make sense. But then I like, okay, you can try that, do that, and it works. I just do some Python, some scripts. Okay, the library it works. Not like C++ that you have struggles to even debug it. So it was fun. Like try Python is really good. Try like to write something fast. Yeah. So this is more experimenting. Programming is more about experimentation. For sure, knowing stuff is good, but yeah, you also self-taught.
I think it's a middle ground, because you also need to learn algorithms.
Yeah.
But it's very important to have some practical knowledge, in the sense of, oh, let's do something fun. Let's make an actual project that you might use.
Yeah.
And then not only are you more passionate about the project yourself, but also you learn things that you're actually going to use in the future. the way that I started, so at first I studied C++, but then when I decided to get a job, I wanted to start studying web development, which I had basically no knowledge of. And I just set myself the goal of making like a personal resume website.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it just goes from there. You set a goal that you know you don't actually know how to accomplish. You break it down into steps, and then you Google the steps. That's the biggest skill of a programmer in general, to know how to Google things.
Yeah, just professional Google search.
Yeah.
Yeah, and uploading everything to GitHub, what you do, making head descriptions. Because GitHub is like the key part in any IT job that you have to know. So you already know it, you know. That's especially for the jobs, it's all about that you could prove that you know some stuff and that you are capable to learn. Because you know you're a beginner, you can't know stuff because you're just a beginner.
I feel like you also have to be comfortable just not knowing how to do something like on a regular basis.
All the time.
I'm sure in your job, like on a daily basis, there will be something you just have no idea how to
Yeah.
do. You just have to figure it out.
That's the thing, because some people are very prideful and they don't want to admit to it.
Yeah.
It's very important. At the same time, don't always burden your colleagues like, hey, can you help me with this? Try and solve it yourself at least. But also don't get stuck on it for like several days, because you don't want to prove that you don't know something and ask people. You're stubborn and you want to fix it on your own.
Yeah, like,
It's a teamwork.
Yeah.
yeah, the ego side is very interesting in programming. I don't know, both ways.
Yeah, it's very prevalent among programmers, imposter syndrome, where people feel like they don't actually have the skill for the job that they have, and like any day now someone's gonna find out and fire them. Like, that's not really true. And I think it's a somewhat good thing to have, somewhat good mentality to be a bit more humble, not necessarily be have like a complete lack of self-esteem in your skills, but to also not overestimate yourself.
So how long did it take for you to learn web dev? Like, if you had learned C++ and then you knew nothing, so from that point, when were you ready to get a job?
Well, I went to university. Because like I said, in high school I didn't learn a single new thing. I didn't like that. And then I chose what I considered to be the best university for me in Bucharest. And in 1 year, it was the same thing. I just didn't learn anything. And they were teaching me like maths and physics, which I kind of like math, but I didn't like physics. And I thought it was a waste of my time, that I'd rather focus on programming. So I dropped out. Well, I told my parents that I'm only gonna freeze the year. This was during COVID, and that I would go back. But the plan was to start studying and get a job within the year. So the first 2 months, I started studying Django and Flask, which are frameworks in Python. But I found that I didn't like Python. Good. And then after 2 months, I gave up on that and started with JavaScript. And it took me 4 months to get a job. I think it's all about getting a routine. So I tried to study for about 4 hours, not necessarily in the morning, but somewhere after waking up. Then go about my day, and 4 more hours in the evening. On Tuesdays, I would apply to like 100 jobs or more, just as many as I could, basically. And on the weekends, even if I was passionate about a project, I'd force myself to not work so as to not burn myself out.
Yeah.
And then I had a lot of interviews, and whenever they would ask me something that I didn't know, or like, hey, do you know how to do this? I'd be like, no. Then I'd make it my goal to learn that thing, so that the next time they asked me, I'd be like, yes. And basically it was just failing a lot of interviews until eventually I didn't.
Yeah. Did you ever use like Lead Code or Code Wars?
No, I
Practicing
didn't.
interviews?
No. I tried to Google like algorithms one time, because I was this is I think 2 months into the journey. I was applying for an internship position at a very big company, and the hiring process was very long. It was like 5 steps long. The first 2 were very similar to like IQ tests. One was kind of like picking diagrams, very much like an IQ test. It's like fill in the blank. It's like 3 symbols, and then what's the 4th one?
Oh yes. Okay.
The second one was kind of like graphical programming. It's like 3 series of symbols, and then some symbols would be operations, some symbols would be variables, and then you'd have to figure out what they mean, and like fill in the third one, kind of like sort of like an equation, but with symbols instead of actual, letters and operations. And I scored very high on those, so I thought I had really high chances. And then they scheduled me for the next interview like a month later, and they gave me a lot of time to overthink, and I started getting worried, and I started Googling like interview questions and stuff like that, but I ended up not being asked any of them anyway. So I think it's somewhat silly to it's not silly to prepare, but there's a lot of people online that joke about how they ask you, flip a binary tree or something. It's like, I've never been asked that.
Sure.
They over-exaggerated it. They exaggerated it. Because it doesn't really happen.
And also depends on interviewer, because when I had interviews, I had one interview, technical interview, we asked me a bunch of questions, answer a lot of those, and they give me a feedback like, oh, he is slow, he don't know a lot of stuff, he can't answer any questions, he's bad, he's junior. When I had another interview, he asked even more questions, even more in-depth questions that I answered, and then you get like, you did very well.
Yeah.
To hire you. It also depends on hiring manager. It's not like we see.
Yeah, it depends on a lot of things. I remember I had one interview where usually they ask you to explain out loud what you're doing, right? Because they want to have an insight into what you're thinking. And I was trying to explain, and the guy was like, no, stop talking. He was like this like old, like 50-year-old guy from Brazil. He was like, no, stop talking, just write code. It's like, what's the point? And then they gave me an offer, but I also had 2 other offers from other companies, and it was smaller, so I just took the other one. It's also important to not undersell yourself. You might not know how much you're worth, but it's like very high demand for programmers and not very high supply. So you can negotiate rather heavy-handedly and get like a way better salary than you would think.
Yeah, but it also depends, like from a management perspective, how much we could pay it. Also, because in the same company, one project I had thought, they offered me very low. When we gave me another project to have interview, and my hiring manager liked it, and we have bigger budget in that project, so we offered me what I wanted. So it depends.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables. Like for the first one, I asked for, I think like 4,000 Romanian day, and they offered me more than I asked for.
Oh.
So it also happens that you get like decent. It could also be that they actually were willing to pay me even more than that, and they didn't have a show of faith. But it's not like as cutthroat as people make it out to be.
So you work for a Romanian company?
Yeah. But we just do like outsourcing stuff, so it's like we mostly work with foreign clients.
Yes, I think that's why I'm from Lithuania, but right now I live in Poland and still doing the same stuff for the same clients.
Yeah.
Still UK or USA, the same stuff all the time.
It's also nice that you can work and travel. We have a lot of colleagues that are still in university, and they joined Erasmus, so they went to other universities like Spain or the UK or the US, and they just work from there because you don't need to come to the office.
Did you ever go to like, I guess, tech conferences to meet people, or you just did it on your own, like just apply for jobs?
Yeah, no, just online. I never went for a physical interview. Not a single time. There was one time when a friend, a classmate from high school, asked me if I want to join like a hackathon with him, and I said, yeah, sure, why not? And then they bailed out. And I was like, yo guys, where are you? And they're like, oh, we're not going anymore.
So you went there and they didn't join you?
No, I was just asking them, like, when we were about to leave, I was like, about to pick them up, and they didn't even tell me that they bailed out. Why did we stop?
I guess people are tired.
Wow, it hasn't even been that long. I guess I was too focused on the conversation to be tired.
Yeah, I have a friend in the US who, I think he did some hackathon, but I forget what it is. Do you get like a coding problem or something? You have a team, you have to solve it?
Depends on them, but usually it's like you're given a theme and you can do something around the theme. The one where we were supposed to go, I think it was like around global warming. And you could do pretty much anything. So you can make like a website where people can give opinions, or you can make like a crawler that searches for articles online to find if people think it's a hoax or not. It's literally just try and make something that displays your skill and is also like somewhat related to the theme.
Yeah.
So it's very loosely regulated. My hair is stuck to my head. I'm gonna put the beanie back on. I don't think it's really that worth it. It was one time that someone asked me if I had gone to any hackathons, but I still got an offer for that job, despite saying that I hadn't.
Would you ever consider like working for one of the big tech companies like Google or something, or is that not your thing?
I would consider it, but I'd be very reluctant to do so. The one that I work for right now, I can make my own schedule. Besides joining meetings that are set ahead of time, I also generally have like a very lax, like no one's pushing me like do this thing right now, or like you have 2 days, or give me like deadlines and stuff. You know, I give my own estimates, and people trust me to adhere to them. And to join something like Mang, I guess Fang as it used to be called, I think it'd just be too. I'm also not very materialistic, so the salary would be a lot higher, obviously.
Yeah.
But it'd be just too much pressure.
Yeah, those big corps, yeah. You're doing very small step. I mean, most consulting companies in school, because you're jumping from project to project, kind of. You just do a basic, so I think the best start could be consulting projects. Because if I wouldn't start like in some big corp like Oracle or something, I would know only very narrow out of tech stack. Because like in 1.5 years I had 3 projects with different technologies. I had to learn those, and it's way more beneficial.
Exactly. I think that it's also a lot of like meetings and bureaucratic things. You don't really get to do as much work, so you don't really get to learn as much. Whereas if you're like in a smaller team that changes projects a lot, you learn a lot of technologies, and well, you might use that later on to sell yourself to one of these big tech companies to get like a big salary. And you could also use that as a stepping stone. There's some people that go to like Google and then they make like a YouTube channel so they can put like ex-Google engineer in their description, and it gives them some credibility, right?
Yeah, I guess like at a small company, you could do like 30% of the work. Google, it would be like 0.1% like solve this very specific annoying problem, or I don't know.
It also depends on if you actually want your product, not your product, but your work to like see the light of the market. Because if you work on a big project like that, you don't really feel accomplished. And I guess on the flip side of that, one of my colleagues, he worked on a very ambitious project for I think around 4 years, and then it just got bogged down. I think the client ran out of money or something, and it never saw the light of day, and he worked for 4 years on it, and it's kind of heartbreaking to like see, you know, that much work kind of go to waste. But, you know, you gotta deal with it. I think it's also a matter of being much more tight-knit. If you go to a big company, you're not gonna be as friendly with everyone, I don't think. Whereas in my company, since there's only 30 of us, and I'm in a really small team, we're all basically friends.
What did you study for that 1 year at university?
Pretty much nothing. I don't even remember.
What degree was it?
Oh, it's major applied sciences. The major is applied sciences.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was very lazy in school. I wanted to apply for like I think it's called automatics. It's like robotics and stuff like that. But the entrance exam is math and physics. There's no computer science entrance exam for. Okay, it's on.
For how long you were Christian?
I was born into a Christian family, so my whole life basically.
Like your grandmother also Christian?
Yeah, the whole family.
Oh.
I think personally, it might be like a bit of a radical take, but I think it would have been easier for me, not easier, but I think it would have been better for me to not to not be born to a Christian family and then find the Christian values myself later on. At least from what my father has told me, like almost all my uncles at some point were like, and I don't believe in this anymore, I'm gonna go do my own thing, and then they found their way again. And it's almost, well, I guess maybe it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, but I feel like I'm almost headed towards the same thing. Maybe now that you told me, I'm like biased towards it. But yeah, it's like you don't really know what it's like to not have it. So you don't. I take it for granted, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to think about things when you like going every Sunday and you're hearing all the same stories over and over again. You just don't overthink those.
Yeah.
Personally, much. Yeah.
It's just become like routine, and it shouldn't be like that.
Yeah.
What about you?
Well, yeah, born in Catholic family, so I was going every Sunday, but didn't understanding much, not at all. So, but when I go to university, and my roommate was Christian after Bible college, Cuvântul Vieții. Do you know it, Cuvântul Vieții?
No.
It's like Word of Life in Romania.
Oh.
Yeah, summer camp. This is where I met Emmy.
Oh. So this is in Romania?
Yeah. It's in near Pitești.
Oh, Pitești. Okay.
Yeah, near
I thought this was in Lithuania.
Pitești? No. Come on, how Pitești sound?
No, I mean I thought you went to this in Lithuania.
What?
I thought you went to the camp in Lithuania.
No, it was in Pitești in Romania. It was Cuvântul Vieții. This camp. This is where I met Emmy.
Yeah, I understand now. Yeah.
So he finished that Bible Institute in Hungary.
Oh.
So he was my roommate. He did very good impression, like totally living Word of God. And he was just saying me Word of God. So it helped. But then I still was unbeliever. I went for hitchhiking, autostop all around Europe.
Yeah.
So everywhere. This is how I came also to Romania first time to explore. So I go all to north, all the way to Suceava, because in Suceava was my friend birthday. And yeah, after all those travels, I still was I knew that God helped me to guide everywhere, because I was like a student, 8 years old kid, traveling around Europe, getting in the stranger cars, being in unknown cultures all around,
Yeah.
That was all fine. Yeah, but when after I came back, I go to Portugal for Erasmus, and I decided to follow Jesus.
How old are you then?
19?
Oh.
I think so, yeah.
And how old are you now, if you don't mind me asking?
25 still.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, from that time, I decided to take that choice, because I'm also a man of word. So if I say yes, I say yes. If no, no. So I wouldn't say like, oh, okay, I accept it, whatever, but don't think about Jesus at all. So I was hesitating, because I thought like, okay, if I will become believer, believe that like Jesus as Savior, He died for my sins, and so I kind of giving my current life to Him, so I have to change a bit how I think, like run away from, I don't know, those sinful things, like more go for another person. Quit all those drinking, smoking things. So it's like very big to change.
Yeah, all at once?
What?
You quit everything all at once?
When I had planned to hitchhike in Europe, my plan was, okay, I just go when I smoke a lot of weed. This is why I went to the Netherlands.
Yeah.
But after one smoke, I decided like, no, it's not good. And then I got to Netherlands, and then there was 6 plants of weed
Yeah.
in the backyard, and we're like, do you smoke? I'm like, no, I don't smoke.
Oh.
And then we've been smoking, like chilling, like like funny, because like when you're smoking affects.
Yeah.
And then like Chilling and like in a moment something clicking like we are like, let's go to sleep now in serious space. And I thought like, whoa, this smoking thing is so fake, you know. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
It's hard to get that up though. Like any vice in general, it's difficult to just quit it like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, I quit pornography. Also, that's the thing. Because before I tried like many times, but yeah, because of gene support, it worked. Like just to quit it,
Mm-hmm.
then come back, and yeah, in general, like yeah, all those things changed.
Excuse me.
Well, what?
Sorry?
Sounds like you don't have many vices left to
Wait, are we going the right way?
It's the right one.
I think it's the same thing. I think. Wait. Oh, okay. What's the name? Magispay. This also works. It's the same thing. Well, I just realized. I don't think I know you guys' name, and I don't think you know my name.
Yeah,
So
what's your name? Yeah, exactly.
my name's well, everyone calls me Radesh, but my English friends, I tell them my name's Daniel. That's my middle name.
Oh,
It's just easier to say in English, Daniel.
wow. So like in Romanian, it's like Radic.
Radesh.
Wow, it's a hard name. I never heard that name.
It's a bit rare, yeah.
Yeah, because like Emmy, you know, Adonis, like Mihai for sure.
Yeah, that's like Michael, like Michał in Polish. It's like, I don't think it has a meaning as far as I know, my name.
Yeah.
And also doesn't have a translation in other languages really.
Oh, so just unique in Romania.
It's also not like just my parents said, oh, let's give them name in this. It's somewhat common. It's like a pretty old name.
Huh.
Like there was a king even back then with a name, but other than that, it has no deeper meaning,
Oh,
no
okay.
etymology.
Okay, no meaning. Okay.
So what about you guys' names? Sorry?
Augustus.
Yeah, and?
Harry.
Oh, wait, I actually knew it already. I just realized. Yeah, because
yeah,
Amy was talking about you guys earlier. I didn't realize it was you guys.
It's such a blur though, I just admit.
Yeah. Alright, nice to meet you.
Yeah, so it's my third time in Romania right now.
How long are you going to stay for?
Tomorrow morning I have a flight.
Oh, you're going to have to get up early?
Yeah, because I came in on Wednesday. So it's enough, like 1 day in Bucharest, 2 days hiking.
Oh, you also went yesterday? You also went hiking yesterday with...
Yeah, Remy. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah.
The same peak.
Remy and Harry, the other Harry.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it was a very good time. Never hiked something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because in Poland I used to hiking like both single tracks.
How was hitchhiking?
Very good. Yeah, that's why I kinda came back to Romania. No, yeah, first time it was hitchhiking how I came to Romania.
Yeah, you already said that.
Yeah, second time was that, I don't know, I teased God a little bit. Because I had like 2 diplomas, like e-commerce.
Oh, yeah.
Let's say program is e-commerce. So it's informatics, engineering, plus business management diploma. And for this, the business management, I had to write a thesis.
Oh.
And I was procrastinating, not writing a thesis. Did very bad, and like, oh, I see some Erasmus exchange for 10 days in Hungary. So I went there, but didn't do much thesis. When I do something like a golden thesis, something very bad, I got a minimum grade. And I was telling like, okay, if I pass, I go to Cuventul Vieții Romania to this summer camp.
It's like a promise, yeah.
Yeah, because I did very bad like this, like, you know, my supervisor told like, no, you didn't pass, like I didn't even want to give you like, you know, allow to take this work, you know.
Yeah.
But then she did, and I get minimum grade. So like, okay, I'm going now. So this is why I hitchhiked again to Pitești.
I've never done that, but on the way here, we saw a couple hitchhiking, and I told
Not to
the
pick it up.
people in my no, I was on driving. We didn't have space in the car, but
Ah, yeah.
I said it'd be interesting to try and do that. I feel like you would learn a lot about like
Yeah.
people in general.
Yeah, because when people say me like about hitchhiking, oh, which country you like the most? Because I go all the way like to UK by ship. I hitchhike by ship, UK, all the way to Denmark, and Romania, and Hungary, also Serbia, also Montenegro, like Croatia, all around Poland a lot. And when people say like which countries was the best, so I was telling always like Poland and Romania. Because in Romania, as I told, I go all the way to north, and all the time people was very helpful, super helpful. Like I know one guy just, I don't know, took me in the street and didn't want to let me go to continue hitchhiking. Like, oh, just stay in my place, you know, and you can start it tomorrow morning. Like, no, just drop me in the station. So then he gave some water and stuff. I remember when it was super hot day, I just hitchhiking in the village, and lady came out and bring me water also. Like, whoa. So random, I didn't ask, but she just saw me standing on the road and that's all.
Yeah, especially in rural areas, I feel like this
Yeah.
happens. But when I went, so I grew up in a rural area as well
Yeah.
for the first like basically 18 years of my life. When I went to Bucharest, I felt like it was completely different. Everyone else is so much colder. I didn't like it at all.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and all the time like I was driving the driver like, oh, it's getting dark, just sleep in my place and morning can continue. And in Levada, some small village in the north, I just saw like, oh, it's getting dark, and I see like a Orthodox church, and I see, oh, the priest's house. I just go, I say, can I sleep in the yard, put my tent, and he's like, come. Came inside, he put me near the table and bring some rakia, no? I like, welcome drink, you know.
Rakia, yeah.
I was like, no, because I already was made that promise not to drink.
Yeah.
He's like, no. So that's fun. And then, yeah, he gave food. I played with his kids. Then he gave me a key for a church and told, okay, you can go to church, sleep. In the morning, wake me up, we have breakfast. And I did that, and it was like that. So yeah, all around like that. And how I first time came to Romania, it was because I had, a bit earlier, I had Erasmus exchange for 7 days in, where it was, yeah, in Poland. It's like, you know, a place where different nations meet and they do some workshops.
Yeah.
So it was some Romanian guy, Mihai, and he's like, okay, right now you're all my friends, write me when you will be in Romania. And I just was, I know, in Germany, wrote him, do you want to meet up? And he's like, yeah, come to my place, it's my birthday. I'm
What
like,
timing?
okay, Romania, where in Romania? What on that? It's like near Suceava. I check on map. Okay, it's near Moldavia border. Okay. And then it was very interesting because you go in, or you know, you plan kinda approximate planation, like, okay, Germany, minimum 300 kilometers per day. You come to Romania, you almost mountains. You do 30 kilometers, oh, it was good day, you know. 40 kilometers.
Yeah.
Especially in north, you know. It's very slow driving. But the view is like, oh, like near Patronans. Very nice.
I haven't actually traveled that much. So
Well, I think it's difficult a lot of travel for people that much, like especially in that big country. It's very big.
yeah, I just don't really. I don't go out of my way to do things very often. When I do them, it's mostly just I either go and I walk somewhere, or I bike a really long distance. I've not really ever like taken the train or driven somewhere of my own volition just to see like what it's like, just to travel.
But you have Transfăgăriaș near your place, so.
Yeah, I guess I could always just go. I don't know why I don't.
You think you would now?
I'm really bad with hypotheticals. I change my mood a lot, so I might feel like doing something, and then the next day I don't anymore. So
Just to do it. When you wake up, I have a mood, I go.
yeah, so I'm really impetuous in that sense. When I feel like doing something, I just go like, okay, gotta do it now while I still feel like it, because then later I'll change my mind.
For me, it's usually if I something I don't want to do something, usually I have to do it. Usually, because especially like in hitchhiking, it's kind of all the time a struggle like that, especially when you travel for 1 month, for example. It's getting exhausting because you're driving all day. You have to speak with the drivers. Sometimes speak with when you don't know the language. So it's pretty exhausting.
Yeah.
Standing on the road all the time. Sometimes you eat more, maybe once a day. So yeah, it's all around. And then you have to find a place where to sleep. Who else takes about 2 hours sometimes to find some quiet place around. And not to go too much into forest because in the German park, wild pigs try to attack me.
Oh.
So it all depends.
Yeah, that's like the bottleneck for me. If there's more than like 3 steps, I'm like, I'm not gonna do it. If I can just do the first thing, it's like, okay, go. No turning back now. Then yeah.
Yeah, preparation is important because you kind of know what to expect. Because yeah, theoretical part is different from practical. Like by hitchhiking, you could plan things, you could plan the route, but you never know where the driver goes, how fast he could pick you up, where you could sleep. Never, because also you can like never predict where to book a hostel or something like that. Maybe you will be dropped in the middle of nowhere, not in the city. Because usually you don't want to end up in the city because it's hard to get out from it.
Oh yeah, because you don't really find like people leaving where they don't stop to pick you up.
Yeah, you have to go to outskirts of the city.
Oh yeah.
So it takes time.
Yeah, I'm slowly trying to expand my comfort zone. Like this, for example, or the first time we went hiking, you have to leave pretty early, and I usually have a really bad sleep schedule, but it's so bad that it just keeps like resetting over and over again. So I'd go to sleep at like 10 p.m. and then the next day I'd go to sleep at like 1 a.m. and then like 4 a.m. And right now it's like even a broken clock is right twice a day. It just so happened to like be okay this time when I was sleeping at a normal time.
And I think tomorrow we also change our clock, right?
Yeah, because I just don't really feel tired, so I don't see the point in getting in bed and wasting like 2 hours literally not falling asleep. So I'll just keep working or just like waste time.
Yeah, that's the thing about AT. It can mess you up for your organism very bad if you don't take attention. You could overwork and like need to watch when to do exercise, when to do a breaks also. Because breaks also super important. Then notice that breaks important until I get some issues. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's why I started going to the gym, because as a kid I used to play games a lot, and then growing up I kind of like stopped enjoying them, although I still cling on to it and I try to play games, and I'll boot one up and I'll play for like 5 minutes and then be like, this is boring, I'm just gonna go work, because I find work more enjoying. I enjoy work more, I should say. And then I was like, I'm working too much, I need to force myself to do things, I need to go outside.
Exactly.
So I started going to the gym. I already had like breaks to go biking, but going to the gym feels like more of a commitment, and I find it easier to stick to the schedule.
So you have a gym in your village?
No, it's like in place.
Ah,
So I
okay.
just drive.
Yeah, 33 kilometers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or to ride a bike, not the gym. Would be hard. It's pretty busy road, I think.
It's okay. It's like I'm used to biking like that. I used to bike from home to Trgovište, which is also like 30 kilometers, but not go to the gym because, for example, on leg day, I don't think I'd be able to bike back home. Or right now, for example, it's too cold and I'd be sweaty, and I'd probably like catch a cold or something. So
Yeah.
just easier to drive.
I tried the gym thing also, I created my village gym, but it's not for me, it just didn't work. But like swim, run, biking, that's my thing.
Yeah, like cardio.
Yeah, most of the time, yeah, just keeping fit, and that's all. Like, I don't need much muscles, just to have endurance. Like to have endurance, like those mountain things. Maybe you don't have endurance, it would be pretty hard. Or, you know, like next day you could have no energy at all. Because the recovery is faster when you do all those swimming things. And swimming is pretty quick to burn
Calories.
and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how to swim.
Your backpack is pretty open. Yeah, your backpack is pretty open.
Oh, the backpack.
Yeah.
Could you just zip it up?
care abia aștept.
Yeah, it's like wide open.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, we like looped around.
But it feels like we are down again, but we're still in mountains, right? It's like a
Yeah,
mountain.
but that's where we are like way down from where we came from because the cars are parked over there.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But it's like a mountain house, right? Like with restaurants. And
Yeah, the cottage or whatever. Yeah, I feel the same way, and I really like biking. And then one time, well, like it just so happened that myself and my close friends, we all happened to come back home. So we had a meeting one weekend, and I met up with a friend who I hadn't seen like 1 year, and he had gotten noticeably bigger and told me he went to the gym, and I'm quite skinny myself, and he was like, you know, you could just do it, like your schedule allows you. So I just did like, I forced myself to go the first few days, and then I just worked myself into the rhythm.
Yeah, discipline I think is super important in learning, in sports, everywhere.
Yeah.
I feel like for just mental health, it's such a massive improvement, or like helps a lot.
Yeah, that was also a factor.
Like
So you can
Especially-
push through pain, yeah.
especially if you're coding like all day, that's quite intense.
I generally, so it's kind of weird because I enjoy working, but I also try to make myself not work. And like sometimes if I finish work early, like the tasks that I said I would do the day, even though I could do more, I just feel like I don't want to work anymore. But when I do work for like 8 hours because I'm stuck on a thing or I'm like in the zone, those days I feel the best. There's like nothing bothering me at all, no worries, because I guess I'm distracted. So I thought it could just be the same with the gym.
Yeah. So when did you start the gym? How long?
So it's been like a month and a half. I think.
Muista pisas.
It's gotten hot.
I feel like that first month is by far the hardest.
Yeah, that's what we will say. If you manage to stick to the first one, you can keep going.
It's like if you go in January, I think you'll notice the gyms will be packed because of New Year's resolutions.
Exactly.
And in February
Yeah.
it's just empty.
Yeah.
That's literally what's happening, yeah.
The thing is, you don't really see, at least I didn't really see results for like the first month. So it's hard to keep motivated when you like work hard, you don't see any results, any progress. But that's just how the way it works. The way your body works, I guess.
Oh yeah, you do squash people, so it's kind of,
What's squashing?
Squash? It's like a it's like tennis, but indoors.
So always like the one with the weird pattern like that?
Actually, wait, how big do you think it is?
Like that big. Actually like a tennis racket. Is it like round?
It is like a tennis racket, but like a skinny.
Is the thing, is the net flat or is it like an actual net?
There's no nets, so it's like just a wall. You have a black wall.
No, I mean like the net of the racket. Like,
Oh, yeah. Similar to tennis.
wait, I just I don't know if that has signal.
I think it's the most underrated sport. ever.
Oh, is it popular in Zimbabwe? Or
No, it's but we do play. We had a team. Basically, my dad was my coach. And I was telling him about this. We had a Zimbabwe squash team, and all of them were just the classmates I invited to come play. And then he just coached all of us up. That was our national team.
oh, so did you actually want to play or was it that like you'll come play?
No, I wanted to play.
Oh, okay.
I think his passion came more confidently.
And you're still playing, right?
Yeah, I stopped for like a year and a half and then I decided again.
Did you go to like tournaments?
So we would play in South Africa like every year against all the provinces. Yeah, that was really fun.
Did you like run around holding the ball? How's it work? Because I swear there's one where you like catch the ball in the thing. It's like a big stick or like a net, and you catch the ball in the net.
Ooh, I know that. No. So it's like an enclosed room.
Yeah.
Right? 4 walls. There's only 2 players. And
On one team, I would say.
no, like one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, so how? Is it like different rounds?
So you have a rally like in tennis, where you serve and you have to hit the wall and it comes back, and the next player hits the ball against the front wall. So you have to just hit it against the front wall. Same thing, like you can't bounce twice. I should show you, like, if you see a video, it will be...
I'll probably realize like, oh, I know this. I don't remember what the other one is. There's like a few exotic, quote-unquote exotic, I should say just uncommon sports, like cricket. Is cricket the one with the horse? Is that polo? That's polo, right? Yeah.
Cricket is the
Indian game.
Yeah, bats and ball. It's actually quite popular.
It's like baseball but with different bats. But maybe rules are different.
Yeah. Zimbabwe actually beat Pakistan last week.
Oh!
Cool.
Yeah, because I remember the game India-Pakistan in cricket. I don't know where, like last time. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was Pakistan-India game.
I don't really follow any sports, to be honest. I like the idea of being passionate about something, but I'm like usually when I am, it burns out really quick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really watch sports either.
Oh. You just keep in touch?
Yeah, well, I watch squash, but I have no one to talk to about squash.
Oh, that's sad. You could talk about it with your dad, I guess.
I can.
Huh? We're going. Hoe näker det?
Hallo.
Okay, ready?
Dai seama că deja am pus jumătate de lucru. Da. Wow. Ai făcut chiar? Da.
Yeah, very nice those mountains.
Yeah.
It's very good that they are massive. So yeah, one side like all the way, wind and clouds. Right now, some.
That was the
I
reprieve.
don't know. I think the weather changed there as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, professionally I don't do anything also. I just run half marathon from time to time.
Oh.
For good time. Sometimes like trying to improve like from 1 hour 37 to 1 hour 34.
Have you tried a full marathon?
Nah.
No?
That's right.
No interest? Or
It needs too much preparation, mentally and physically, because we have to run a lot.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of suffer for our body because you're burning the sugar to get more energy. You can't eat enough, so it's quite challenging thing. And I thought like it's fine because to prepare for a half marathon it doesn't take that much time.
You should try to cheat and take the bus.
Or someone will take me on my bike.
Okay.
yeah, I know it's bad for your joints, right?
Yeah, it's just too much.
I think it's okay though. Like,
Yeah, some people doing ultra marathons for hundreds kilometers.
They just build
I mean,
different.
you'll only feel it like maybe when you're 50s or 60s.
Yeah, I feel like that's for most athletes, right?
Yeah, same for squash, like your knees basically get destroyed.
That's the thing about being professional. You have to like give it out. It's more fair help for it. That's what I like to do on the casual sport.
So for squash, you'd be using basically the same muscles that you'd be using while playing tennis.
Similar, but squash is like
Back and forth, like.
when you play a shot, like tennis is like a standing position. You hit the ball like this.
Yeah.
Squash, you are like doing this. And then, so it's like a lunge.
Do you hold the thing with your both hands? With the
No, so just one hand because it's quite light.
Oh.
And it's quite cool because you can just hit the ball as hard as you want because it just comes back.
yeah,
So,
there's a wall.
like sometimes if I just need to unleash some rage from the week, I just go there by myself and just hit that ball.
So you're like in a half squat position the whole time,
Yeah, basically you're like squatting the whole time.
like split squats. Damn. How long does a round last for? Until the next guy goes?
Wait, you mean like your opponent?
Well, you said it's a one-on-one, right? But there's a team.
So, okay, so it's like 1v1. It's the same as tennis. So one hits, the next guy hits the ball.
Oh, so then why is there a team if it's 1v1?
Or there can be a team. You can play doubles.
Oh,
Don't even worry.
But like the two people, will you and opponent stand at the same time and hitting the ball at the same time? Like
No, one ball, and then you hit the ball to the front wall, and they run to that ball, and then they hit the front wall. And that's a rally until one of you wins the points.
Okay.
Then you play 11
oh,
points.
so you win when the other guy doesn't hit the ball, basically.
Yeah, or if he hits it out of the court, or like it bounces twice.
Yeah.
Or there's
And it's
different
you can
rules.
hit it on the entire wall, or is it like marked?
It is marked, so like there's an upper limit, and then there's a lower limit to the front wall.
Okay.
And then on the side walls there's also the outline at the top, so you could hit the ball against the side wall if it goes to the front wall,
Mm-hmm.
and that's like a legal shot, I guess. Yeah, I'm so used to it, but I guess like if you've never heard of squash before, it's
It's
quite
like
a
hard to
weird,
imagine.
such a weird idea.
It kind of makes sense if you just explain it as like it's like tennis, but half the court, and it's inside of a room.
Yeah, basically.
Cicada.
Mai glumi cu de-astea, că oamenii au
Is there like a national sport for Romania?
I think most people just like football. That's
Football.
it. Yeah. We're not really any good at it. I think we won in like 98, maybe?
Okay, like the World Cup.
Yeah. I don't know if it's the World Cup, but like some like major international thing.
Okay.
Something like that. I don't really follow.
No, me neither. Like, I pretend to. If someone talks to me, I can like get by
Oh yeah.
a conversation without them knowing that I actually know nothing.
That's a really good skill. Really good skill to have.
I know like a few key words and key teams and phrases.
Hmm. You mostly just have to like agree with them,
Yeah.
and every now and again disagree to rile them up. It's too clear now. There's no more clouds.
You must find it really funny, like just observing football fans getting really emotional over this game. Like if you, just as an outsider who, since you probably haven't felt passionate about like a sport.
Not really. I mean, I don't find it funny. I find it a bit, I don't really know the word. Just a bit weird, I should say.
Sure.
When people mock them, it's like, oh, grown men kicking a ball. It's like, Yeah, it's a grown man kicking a ball, but it's hard. You do it.
Sure. I understand it. Like there's good reason to get emotional, I guess.
I have enjoyed to an extent like esports, watching League of Legends.
Okay.
Not as hard as them though, but I can see how they're getting passionate.
Yeah.
Just not really my thing. Oh, that's pretty. Oh. Dobra. Just peace. Kucu. Andate.
Spate pe bagaj.
Dobra.
Te leși cu el pe aici.
Da. Dacă puțin mai baf.
Puneți-vă coiful de ăsta în el.
De ce? De ce? Nici de ce nu e, dacă există.
Ce m-a stat de jos? Nu știu dacă e de vreme ceva sau de...
Ai semnal?
Dar para pe antene, nu?
Iar bate vântul.
Ce zis?
Zic că iar bate vântul.
Da, îmi bate. Nu mai cumpăra până la cabană. Mai bine e bere.
Cât în Lidl. Avea acolo 3 în 1 în paranteză la plic.
Unde e, mă?
Tot la 10 lei.
S-a putut până la omul, nu s-a putut până aici.
Te speria să-i dădealul ăsta, dar a fost nimic atât.
Încă aia de la om a speriat.
Aia nu, aia e ok, e inofensivă.
De la om a zis.
Știu.
Ai de la om?
Nu, aia de la om a speriat-o, dar asta nu, asta e inofensivă. Vezi, tu sus.
Pe ăsta loconim și cred că pe acolo...
Locolim,
Nu-i da speranțe.
Vezi ceasa acolo?
Oricum trebuie să ajungem undeva mai sus de ăsta. Da.
Tu glumești.
Acolo în nord?
La fel trebuie să ajungem.
Ce să facem la cabana?
Cabana dușmanului? Se numește?
Nu. Cabana dușmanului.
Da, asta se numește?
Nu, mă,
De ce n-ai vrut să oprim la cabană?
dușmanule.
Era o virgulă acolo pe care nu am citit-o.
Am înțeles dușmanul lui.
Se numește cabana Vârfuciucaș.
Pe unde am cecat eu să mă duc?
Da.
M-ai băgat pe drum
Uite că
de...
unii au reușit, vezi mașini acolo?
Păi da, mă, dar eu au 4x4, eu am unul 4 TSI, ce-ți fac?
Cori, stai că vin
Păi dacă ajungeam, noi l-am pe scurtătură până aici. Da, sigur știam. Sigur știam că o să ajungem. Ia uite, să-mi fit în pământ. Am bat în gâzda, n-am putut să scot. Ce am vrut să scot? M-am băgat.
Pe mine nu mă pasionează, propune altcuiva.
Cori,
Auzi? Poți să ții puțin ghiozdanul, că te împătăresc eu asta să le bag în ghiozdan? Asta bagă de ghiozdan.
Ce-s mai tare, mă?
E conectat direct la powerbank?
La baterie, da. Aia care și-a mie de... M-am uitat și am văzut că are 18.000 de mAh.
Oho, e ceva.
Mersi. Da.
Te ține o granată.
Da, nu, în partea asta altă. Sper să ține. Deci,
Manu,
facem poză?
ce facem, Manu? Sperie lumea acolo?
Magnus's team leaked some preparation, so he knew what he was going to play.
Oh.
Maybe that makes more sense than he had like some high-tech advice hidden inside his
Yeah, rectum.
sleeves or something. How would that even work?
Morse code. I tried to play chess, but the thing is I'm the kind of person that I like doing things that I'm good at, like right away, and I wasn't good at chess. So I stopped. But I have friends. I have a friend from Turkey that is 2200 rating on Lead Chess, which I assume is like 2000 on chess.com.
Although I think it's probably closer to 200 because I think when you get to the high ratings it's basically the same.
Oh.
So that's impressive.
Yeah, he's been playing. Excuse me. He's been playing since he was a kid.
Do you know if he has any title?
He doesn't have any title, but he always messages me when he beats like a GM, not a GM, sorry, a FIDE master.
Okay.
Put the hoodie back on.
Oh, that's really that.
Eso te puedo dedicar.
One of most popular, right? Like it's very popular.
Hey, nu pe mine.
Yeah.
Ușor, din aici.
We should wait for the other people.
More. Oh, so you already came? I think that's okay. So when we'll do check. What we do, we will go down the same path. We go here? Yeah. What I think. We go the house. This is the house. And then we go.
Do you like reading? Do you like reading?
I don't know.
Yeah, I do.
What kind of books?
I read. It depends. It's quite varied. Some psychology.
There's another way.
Some philosophy. And then the fiction that I do like is like Russian fiction. Russian authors. What about you?
I enjoy the same, although I have this odd arrogance, I suppose you could call it, where I like to discover things on my own. Well, not that I consider myself to be like a great mind, but I find it more accomplishing to kind of try and think things through myself. And then if I just read philosophy or psychology, it kind of like spoils me of that feeling. But lately I'm trying to read more of it. And also fantasy, but fantasy, the kind of fantasy where the actual like imaginary part is not the most important thing, but the emotional, the moral and ethical development of the characters. And usually it's really long ones. Recently I've started reading a web series, which are like, they're not really books. You just like an author online posts like a chapter every week or something like that. But they're really long. I like reading them, but I finished the ones that I was reading, and recently I bought a book by Osamu Dazai. It's called No Longer Human.
Oh, I read that.
Yeah, I finished
I
it
feel so
recently.
satisfying saying that. That's a rare feeling. It's the one Japanese book I've ever read.
Yeah, it was.
Isn't that's the like really
Somber.
dark, depressing
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People told me, they're like, oh, there's like info hazards. And I was like, what? I thought,
Is that like what, knowing something that's dangerous or?
yeah, it's like reading it and then it's like, it makes you sad to the point that it's like, there's no return. Well, they consider it as a joke. It's like an inside joke that I have with my friends, but they meant it seriously. And then after reading it, well, I should say while reading it, I did notice that it was making me like I was feeling a bit of melancholic, and I had to like kind of detach myself from the book and like not immerse myself as much as I usually do. It does feel, it's written in such a weird way that you wouldn't think that I would do that, but it does somehow affect you. At least it affected me. I don't know about other people. But it was short. It was really short. It took I read it in like 2 days, and I didn't really read for that long. I'm pretty sure you could read it in one day.
Yeah, I could see it doing that too. I didn't become too immersed, but it still like had some impact. And then I think I just moved on, like just forget this book.
Yeah, I had bought it like a month prior, and I was planning on reading it, but I was reading a web series at the time. I hadn't finished it yet. And then this guy that I watch on YouTube, his name is Wendigan. His channel is Wendigan. Not his name. I actually don't know his name. Now that I think of it, he makes a lot of videos, either like on historical events or on like fictional horror, not fictional, but like folklore, horror stories, stuff like that. And then sometimes he also reviews movies and things that he finds generally like not disturbing, but like somewhat horror oriented. And he made a video on this book, and I was like, oh, I want to watch the video because I kind of watch like all of his things. He's very well spoken in my opinion, but I don't want to spoil myself, so just read the book first. But now I haven't gotten around to watching the video. So the video is 1 hour long. It's like 30 minutes because he speaks very slowly, so I have to put him at like 2 times speed. And then specifically because of him, I made a Tampa Monkey script. Tampa Monkey is like an extension. I like to make scripts, so I can set the speed to as much as HTML5 allows, 16 times. But obviously I don't watch anything at 16 times speed.
2 minute video, yeah.
Yeah. I just put it on like put in like 3 times speed, and it sounds like normal because he speaks very slowly.
Okay.
And then you consume all the data quickly. I'm trying to read more, but I usually read before bed, and it's kind of uncomfortable to read like a physical book, whereas with the phone, just hold the phone, you know.
But yeah, your idea of like spoiling, what did you say? It spoils discovering it for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a balance. I think you can, if you base all your ideas only on books, then it's like, I don't think that's a good idea either.
Yeah.
Like if you haven't experienced anything, there's no basis, I guess.
Yeah, well, to an extent, I also found myself to do that, where it was like the complete opposite of what I said previously, where I thought, well, there's no way I can come up with something smarter than what they come up with. They being, you know, like Carl Jung, Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, so on and so forth. So I just kind of like accepted blindly, even though I try not to. But then, I just randomly, an example I can give is like I had this random feeling while playing League of Legends of all things. There's like someone on the enemy team that was so bad, but I felt this making them better. And I was like, just randomly had this thought. It's like, oh, it's like a sine function, you know, like it goes from 1 to -1, so on and so forth. And I called it like, oh, sine cosine. And then I found out it's like an actual political theory. It's called horseshoe theory, where if you go too far right or too far left, you start like going back towards the center. It was like validating to know that somewhat of a similar idea to what I had is a widely accepted phenomenon. It's just validating kind of to like be like, oh, I thought the same thing. Like I said, oh, I read the same book. Yeah, I read that one. But now I'm trying, and I'm specifically starting with Jordan Peterson because he's like a very, yeah, you know about him? He's
one of my heroes, yeah.
Yeah,
he's a legend, yeah.
His content, he makes it not that easy to consume, but he makes it easy to consume for someone that's not an initiator like myself. And also, that's why I would like to go to a psychology school, so I can actually learn like the very basics and be able to like delve into it more wholesale.
When did you discover Jordan Peterson? On YouTube?
I actually don't remember. I think I was like 17, like 4 years ago. Yeah, I think so. I think it was like around the time when he got fired from the University in Toronto, I think, because he refused to like use someone's pronouns or something.
Or like the Bull C16 thing.
Yeah. He gained like a lot of traction back then. He got bad publicity, but there's no such thing as bad publicity, so it's all just good publicity.
A lot of people, I don't understand a lot of people who do hate him. Like, I don't know, he seems like such a reasonable human being.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make that much sense.
There was recently a video, I forgot her name. An actress called him like...
Oh, Olivia Wilde.
Yeah, you know about the thing. And then he was asked about it on...
it was like...
Piers Morgan.
Yeah.
And he started tearing up. And it was like, well, I guess you could fake that, but probably not. It's like, he's such a genuinely caring person. It's difficult to... Even if his ideas were wrong, or that even if he had like bad opinions, I'd say the motivation behind it, him being such like a wanting to help everyone driven type of person, it's a good thing.
Like no one is completely right.
Yeah.
You can't, it's a very foolish criticism. And he has like 500 hours worth of videos to judge him from. It's like,
Sorry.
like you can't hide your persona across 500 hours of videos.
Yeah. It's just that some people, really the vocal minority nowadays, they find one thing wrong with someone and they want to like instantly take them down. So I don't think they necessarily, if you were to like ask someone and there was no pretense, or like if somehow they didn't have the stubbornness or the ego to hold on to the false idea, they'd be like, oh, I have nothing wrong with him, like altogether, I just don't like his ideas.
Yeah, I would have no issue with that.
Yeah.
But I've made the mistake a couple times of like just mentioning him in conversation, and normally it'll be like a liberal girl, I think.
Yeah, it's always the girls for some reason. Yeah.
Normally, I don't know, there's a lot of guys who hate him. Maybe it'll be a girl, and then I'm like, damn, why do I have to? And then I have to, either I have a choice whether to try and defend him for the next 2 hours or just give up on the conversation and move on.
Yeah, usually the latter.
Normally I don't even bother.
I made the same mistake one time with a girl as well, mentioning him, and the thing is, she was agreeing with my point beforehand until I said like, oh, I got this idea from like Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, that's true. Same thing, the same person I told the idea to, we had some interesting conversation where I basically just said all of his ideas and she's like, wow, yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, anyway, I guess they're the ones missing out.
Yeah.
So have you read his 12 Rules for Life?
Yeah, I also have Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life, the second book.
I remember starting with his very first book, which was...
Maps of Meaning?
Yeah, big mistake. So, I think, yeah, that was like after a month of watching him, I was like, I'll just go in
Read.
chronological order.
Oh.
And I had to stop, it was just too complicated.
I feel like it's the kind of book you can go back and read, like, for the 5th time and still come back with something new from it.
Yeah.
Although I've not read it, I'm just assuming.
No, it's true. It's like the first flipping page is takes you forever just to try and follow what he's saying. Because I think he wrote it over, 15 years.
Wow. He really took his time.
But something like 3 hours a day for 15 years.
Oh. Is it like a passion project, like a hobby?
Yeah, like he would write the same page, I think 10 times, and then try come up with arguments to just completely destroy all those variations until he found one that he couldn't destroy it, and then he would move on.
That's really hardcore.
That's why it took 15 years.
Okay, I get it now.
And that's why you can't just casually read it, I guess.
It'd be interesting to see the drafts. I kind of have like, I try to do similar things sometimes. Bit of a like off-topic story, but I used to go on walks a lot, and this is back when I was practicing my diction, and the way that I would do that is talk to myself a lot in English. And I wouldn't just like say random things. I try and find something interesting to debate with myself. And I tell my friends about them, and they're like, as a joke, oh, record it. So I did start recording it for them, and then eventually I'd kind of like become unhappy with the videos. So I try and do the same thing. I would like take maybe 30-40 minutes to think of something to talk about, and then try and debate against it, and then kind of do that, but never for 15 years.
I feel like I need to try this, like not for learning German, English.
I can't hear anything. The wind's happening. Was that something about German?
Sorry?
I couldn't hear what you said. Is that something about German?
Oh, sorry, you couldn't hear me. So I want to try that just for the sake of it, not for German, but for, it sounds cool.
It's, I think the most important thing to me about it is not the final product, but the skill that you develop along the way. It's kind of like what they teach you if you go to like debate, what's it called? The like debate club.
Yeah.
To detach from your argument and like try and find counter arguments against it. Or counter arguments for it, I suppose.
I probably have to find somewhere quiet to do it, because I don't think people on the tram would appreciate me just...
Oh yeah. They'd be like, so I'd have to ask you to leave. I did try a few times to just do it in my head, but I think having to verbally say it, it's like you take longer to do it. You don't take shortcuts.
I guess it's similar with writing, except articulate words. I can write very well, but I feel I can't express myself that well if I'm having a debate. Because writing a debate,
I agree, but for typing. If I'm typing on a keyboard, if I'm actually writing physically, it takes me too long. samma i videon. Oh. Good? Om e 900?
Aproape, fără...
Tu parcă era mai mic, nu?
1954.
We're at 1900 meters above sea level. Almost 2 kilometers. It's not really that though.
Although I've never really been hiking either, so
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, well, I can kind of tell from your sweater. Not really hiking attire. Well, neither is mine, but we make do.
I did bring my water though.
Oh, that's all that matters, hydration.
Doesn't look very good.
Well, you're doing better than pretty much everyone else anyway, so. It's those squash hamstrings and quads, eh?
I guess so.
Mulțumesc. Se pare mai organic, știi? Hai spun ochelari.
Related to Emmy.
No. Well, I don't think we are, but my mother's family, I'm pretty sure we're not, but like their family name is the same as my mother's family name. Last name, I should say. But it's just a coincidence because it's like almost everyone in our church community is like related because it's such a Thai community and people in the church usually marry also in the church, so everyone just happens to be related, not by blood, but like in-laws. By alliance, I think is what it's called. Are you like friends with someone here, or how did you happen to join us?
Augustus.
Oh,
Yeah, I know him from Poland, and I was messaging him for like tips for hitchhiking in case I did do some hitchhiking. And he's like, "Oh, I'm in Romania right now," so that's pretty cool.
seems like a really nice thing to have like friends like that across different countries that might just randomly invite you to go hiking.
Yep. I mean, it's very useful for traveling.
Yeah. Especially since like you might be able to find lodging with them, so you don't have to pay for like an Airbnb or something, like a hotel.
Yeah. Do you think you would do solo traveling, or would you go with people if you went? When you go?
I think I wouldn't mind either. I'd start solo, but then if I was to like meet someone on the way and they're like, "Oh, we're going there next," I'd say, "Oh, me too. Let's go together." I'd be like, "Sure."
Păi voi sunteți pe
Yeah, I think if you want to meet new people, then solo is better, because like when I go in a group, I don't really.
Yeah, socialize with other people. Yeah, exactly.
I just stay in my comfort zone. So.
I think if I was to travel, I'd probably go meet like, since I spend so much time online, I've like, I wouldn't really say friends, acquaintances, in like almost all of Europe. So I'd go like see them.
As long as they're willing to meet up, that's all you need. And that's like you're sorted.
Yeah. Good. I wanna go up there. It's windy. Any signal? I do.
Yeah, signal.
I have a bit of like, yeah, it's almost full actually. Done. Good 360. Let me take a picture as well. We're getting left behind. Wait, is this the peak already? This is the peak already, right?
I guess so.
Oh, already. It's nice. Mulțumesc!
Dacă m-a dat-o miercuri sau nu știu cum. Da. Am dat
Da, la să bine că văd, dar nu ne dă, dar se întâmplă, se mai întâmplă. Baia cu ceva la metru, baia
Să știți că aveți chiuzdanul desfăcut. Vă ajut să le închideți? Să nu cadă ceva.
Ok, nu mai apă.
Ah, și apa contează. Plăcere.
Da, trebuie să fie vârful foarte aproape. Trecem de ăla
Ar trebui, o să-l vedem.
o să-l vedem, da?
Da, dar mai...
Ușor. Ei, da.
Tracțiune 4x4.
Da.
Dragoș,
Mai sunt bune la voi?
Italian, așa, da.
La prostiile noastre.
A, nu, tu nu o păsești. Viri, nu?
Cine?
Și o trăsești pe Rodica, săracă.
bitches. Are you recording still? Yes, you are. Where did Harry go? He must have gone ahead. He had to have. Better catch up. Was this in the way the whole time? Sorry about that. I have no clue what this looks like. I'm using the rear facing camera. Hi. Camera. Hi. I don't know what this feels like. Why does it look so underwhelming on video? Look, there's a path right there. Actually, right here. omului. Isn't saying a superset. Is that what it's called? A superset of asking? Like TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. Ce găsit? Dacă iau pauză, după aia mi obosesc când reiau. Păi și după aia ne întoarcem. Adică o luăm la vale.
Facem poză, știi? Am făcut poză.
Soțu, du-te la capi. Să te vezi, da? Uită puțin.
Yeah, but the policy say we can yeah, I know. Not so many beers.
Să dau pe asta?
Yeah, because like yes. You know, the easiest way to remember is by to say associations. That's why we said Tiga, I thought like, we sing like Tiga, you know. That's how we remember right now, exactly.
Am zis, nu o să fac niciodată, nu trebuie să montăm de două.
Ia să vii țără ceva.
O dată e suficient.
Da, da, bine, poți să mai duci la unul pe alte trasee. Nu-l mai iei pe ăla. De la...
Oh, you get that one. Because then that's
Hai că am mai făcut-o.
Auzi, ați vrei? Daniel vrea un romulică de la mașină.
Am ascultat-o eu. Duce-l acasă.
Haide! Dă-mi teleport la mașină.
Deci te pe el.
Hai jos, dă și mechia de la mașină, că eu mă duc.
Mă dă. Mă dă. Eu aici jos.
Hai să facem.
Chiar e.
Cardul care au zis la alte așa, au făcut mare microtonul, nu e nici la, nu e nici la dies, așa. Așa, mult, așa. E între ele, știi?
Băi,
și e
la
cameră
ăsta, că suntem aici și apoi vedem?
Da,
Da, hai.
cu fața spre soare, fața încolo să se vadă, sau așa?
Să nu bată neapărat soarele.
Da, adică noi
fața încolo.
Cred că semi. Chiar, da, nu chiar, dar să nu fie invers. L-am biruit și pe ăsta.
Dar putem să nu stăm în față, putem să stăm așa în lateral.
Să stă ea. Era zăpada până aici. E, da. Nu cred. Nu te cred. Da, vreau poze.
Deci, hai. Asta așezăm. Hai,
Cum vrem ne așezăm?
organizează.
Mam, iar a doua oară.
Mam, scuze, în direcția cealaltă.
Nici nu mă văd.
Cred că de acolo trebuie să ne facem.
Nu.
De acolo?
Da. Hai, te duci tu acolo și după aia faci la zi.
Veniți toți la poză puțin. Ai să permiteți? Dacă doriți. Da.
Unde să facem poză?
Cred că scrie acolo, scrie acolo pe mesă.
Fața înspre ce?
În fața soare.
Aici e o tămă de 30 de oameni. Vrei să se vadă? N-are de oameni.
Adică se vadă mai aproape de niște. Eu lăsați unii vedi mare de tot. Adică! Veniți și voi în față? Haideți! Hai să facem poză!
Harry? Can I join for the picture?
Fetele mai jos.
Mai în față.
Oh, dai cu tine la custrare și...
Mai vezi? Dai mă așa.
Dar să stai în fața lui așa jos.
Mai așa?
Așa. Așa.
Îi prici cu mine.
Suntem toți?
Ai prins pe toți? Da. Good. Încă una, mâinile în aer?
Da, fă mai mult. Mâinile în aer! În aer.
Undeva pe aici.
Ciucaș! Noi suntem pocăiți, nu
Da.
ascultăm bine.
Vrei să faci?
Mulțumim mult!
Asta să vin, vă rog.
Ce mai așteptăm?
Să vină el să ducă să facă...
Băi, că vreau să...
Am aruncat momeala. I-am deconspirat. Da. Aia e.
Nu, am mai încercat pentru că s-au pus, nu mă descurcam.
Da. Ochii la căciula ei. Nu, păi aici doar mă strige și eu. Te vezi? Că se uite? Foarte bine. Uite mai ce un loc de stat în picioare. Dacă nu știu un loc de stat în picioare, da cu capul. Nu mai e.
Nu mai ai!
Dormim o jumătate de oră și am plecat, vă rog, pe aici.
Să dormim.
E bun. Încotro? Coborăm?
Si.
Nu pe aici. Adi, pe unde coborăm? Pe unde? Pe unde am venit?
Uite, Oana, uite acolo de careta, te pui în genunchi să faci o poză de asemenea.
Când ajungi să te pui pe bord și noroi, atunci ești pierdut. Că am urcat pe 5 minute. Nu o să mai vină apoi.
Ia, păi invers. Nu știu dacă fac bine.
Nu era cu mult. L-am depășit la un moment dat și apoi a trecut. La lac.
Păi, da, hai să...
Și a trecut fără să mă bagi în seara.
E unde i-am decât și mulți mod.
A, nu știu. Înainte. Dar la prima dată pe lângă ei. Deci, nu i-am mai depășit tot de
De cine e vorba?
De ce nu ține nu știu?
L-am purtat când a fost fric. Eu păi nu mai le-am mereu. Da.
Bine de Ba da, are o floare, da. Adică se poate adăuga. Dar nu e floare de aia chiar așa mare, e bine.
Trebuie că eu l-am cărat doar să împiedice corile.
Tu ai special ca să legi de gheza?
Da. Păi n-ai și tu?
Nu, cred.
Noi de multe.
Ghezdam de școală. Tu poți să pui în aia de sticlă.
Nu, e bun, e bine așa. Asta mă apăr de jivine, de urși.
Suntem cam în drum. Cine? Agustus?
Da. Zic să nu uităm că e așa jos.
E și de
Am văzut poze de la un traseu, urcau ăștia cu câinele și urcau în brațe, urcau în scârpe, nu știu, era undeva cu scări, scară de fier, știi? Și cu geamul acolo, știi? E un schimb de uite, aia e în brațe. Mi avea un turn destul de mare. Bine, am mers doar pe zonă. Da.
Ne mai oprim,
Gata, mergem? Cine-i bun? Încolo. Drum de roșii. Da, hai.
Hai, lasă, Igor! Hai, nu voi!
că s-a afundat.
Hai, Andreea!
Scuze. Mergem?
Da.
Mă surprind pe Harry. Voi mai aveți mâncare? I'll go. Yo, we're leaving. Oh,
Ah, you also here.
yeah.
Only remember your second name.
Daniel. Yeah.
Business card. Yeah, I know Emmy is very good at hiking because we had the time how much it took us to go here.
He's experienced.
Yeah, maybe that's why he wants to go there and get dark. Because I think not everyone have a light for sure. No, this one. Yeah.
Flashlight.
No, most of the people don't have a light.
You just two people can use the same light.
Yeah. But I think, yeah, you'll make it.
Fine.
Good hope. Morning! Oh, hey, you take a picture, yeah, the picture. Yeah.
Ești terminat, trebuie să stai pe jos.
don't feel the breeze?
Oh, you finally put on a jacket?
What?
He finally put on a jacket? Jacket?
They gave one to me earlier.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you just had it the whole time, you just didn't want to put it on.
Yeah, I think I have all time. But right now it's not so cold also. You also wear a jacket.
No need anymore. It's... the sun's
Yeah.
out and about.
Da, și ce ai logat sau ceva acolo?
Bă, păgân, de la mine, știi?
Că el face terapie cu mai multe persoane. Wow!
La soare mă pot uita, dar la voi...
Oh.
Mica plai? Mica plai?
Voi nu știți ce ratați.
Trimite-ne și nouă poze.
Da. Bine, mă!
Face poze.
Da, frumos. Înainte.
Ce faci cu mă? Dar ceva cu ghezdane. Noi vede altceva.
tu vrei în continuare să mai la picioare și a zis că da, vrea să ducă control planul. Și așa crede el, e lumea.
Și la ce filme s-a uitat Renea ăla? Nu l-ai întrebat?
Și mi-a spus, de-aia am spus, m-am uitat la ea și am spus, eu nu cred o babă din ce spune.
Mi-ai zis?
Da.
Ce a zis?
Și că, dar știu că nu mă cred. Și eu eram, păi cum să te cred? E cum să spui că jertfa de la cruce e o ipocrizie, știi? Și am încercat să explic cum am știut eu mai bine, tot falul i-a lăsat-o. Așa. Și la final mi-a spus.
Nicio problemă, stai liniștit. Nu ne grăbim. Cred că da. Da. Vrei să poți să oprești dacă te deranjează.
Nu.
De când am, să zic, am vreo 20 de minute după ce am pornit și s-a mai făcut câteva pauze că s-a deconectat bateria. Amintire și sărăcii. Fratele meu mai mic și să rămân acolo. N-am răbdare să stau să editez. Mai și Michelin. Da, mă, și nu pare treaba de activitate, nu treaba asta. Mă rog, cu corecție.
Ce treaba de funcțion? Te zic că aici avem...
Ah, să nu stai acolo, mamă.
Ce ai, mă? Hai, hai. Opa, sorry.
Anyway.
Ah, Flori.
Da, mă,
Vara aici e cald.
mă duc cu motocină. Nu să mă duc cu asta. Asta de motocină.
De la... Da, e destul de mult.
Da, m-a luat, vreau. Bun, e grămadă mașini.
Voi și la noi. La noi, cum s-a luat o fabrică. Când nu mai greu, acum a luat. Atât de pornit de la o sfântă de un motocicletă, știi? Nu știu ce-a făcut ăla, i-a pornit lichidul. Da, a fost ceva grav. Era clădire de aia veche, din cărămidă. Deci n-a fost o problemă wow, știi? În sensul ăsta.
Îmi plăcea drumul.
Bine cu noi.
E legal?
A, nu, zice...
Bine. Deci, vreau să poate e vârf până aici, 15 ore. Dacă mă uit. Sunt de ce la apă? E chestia la care are întorc și de mâine telefon acolo și plec la fond.
Câșa să are Damaris pentru greznă. Da, compresie. Asta nu țin.
O să revin, sper.
Da, ce ai pățit?
Doare? Da.
Ce ai pățit? Ce încurajator.
Ei, să cred, grezna.
I'm hungry. I had this bag of Lee's barbecue at home that I had bought maybe a week ago. And I kept looking at it, thinking, I'm gonna eat ya. But then I was like, oh, it's like 1 hour to dinner time. If I eat it now, then I'm not gonna have dinner. It's not good. So I didn't eat it. And then yesterday night I was like, oh, I'll take you with me. But then I thought, you know, like in terms of calorie density, it would take a lot of real estate and not get very much value. So I didn't take it, thinking that on the way we would stop at a gas station. We did not. I was the one driving, and I suppose that was really my fault. But yeah, so we didn't stop at a gas station. Also, I forgot my wallet at home, so I barely had any food with me. I'd have liked to have the Lay's barbecue with me now. Oh well.
Nu, era o
Uite acolo.
Unde e?
Acolo, te-ai dus. Da, jos. Jos la mână.
Uite-le.
Sunt patru. Păi e măcar la urși, măi.
Ia și tu dacă...
Aia nu e
Ia
afine.
în buzunar în caz să găsim un vârf. Pam, de bai.
Eu pe aia mare.
Da?
Ia-o tu pe aia mare.
Nu, mi-e frică.
Murim cu toții.
Mai încarcă?
Mhm.
Încarcă?
soare, nu bate vânt.
Acum a zis că...
La București nu mai trebuie să...
Da, se plătește. Da, se plătește.
Nu e bine. Da, acolo nu. Altceva. Și poziția asta mai mică, nu mai ce ea? Ce înseamnă? N-are cum, poziv, așa. Dacă ai o singură. Dacă n-ai asigurare în țară, n-ai nimic. E mult 20%. Dar nu ai și zile cu 5 ore.
Da. A, la asta.
Da.
Este echilibrat.
Da, nu mai trebuie să sunt dacă te interesează ca student.
Păi și dacă, după ce termin, dacă mă bag la master, tot sunt studentă.
Da, e bine.
Păi mă gândeam să mă duc la master, nu acum, da, în anii 4 sau...
La ani merge perfect.
Păi asta. Și să nu mă apuc să lucrez așa, dar mai inițial mă băteam să mă angajez. Dar nu știu. Merit, acum mă găsesc și după.
Uite, merită să, dacă poți să stai atâta, să te duci un sezon întreg, 2 luni, 3 luni. Și în 3 luni vii cu... Să ai acolo un start. Așa, dacă te angajezi, prima lună ai numai cheltuieli și salariul e abia după.
Asta mi-a dat și mie mai greu.
Că tu nu știi, ai văzut după, nu?
Pe toate acasă.
O lună întreagă. Nu știu o experiență, dar cât te ajută 2 luni de...
Nici nu mi-a făcut contract de muncă.
Nu ți-ai luat cu țeapă?
I-am zis măcar să dau reverență de aia, că am făcut practic. I-am făcut reverență, am dus tot în medie. Nici mi-a zis că să nu mai vin, sau când eu al voiam să mai stau până pe 10. Și la un moment dat după ce am plecat, am zis la o colegă, zici, Luana, nu mai vin, poate să nu mai vin. Am zis că mi-a zis la telefon asta. Nici măcar el, mi-a zis colega asta. Nu mai duc. Și a zis și eu, nu că bun, zic, l-am așteptat la
Ți doar picioarele? Ți doar picioarele? Dar cine te-a pus să iubește?
cheltuielile pe care le face cu mine, o să mai mult decât ce produc eu. Și mă simțim. Vreau să printesc cu șanse.
Este că fără contract. Dacă aveai contract în ore de 4, el stătea aproape de
Iar nu se mai ceva. După să-mi din 20 de panouri, erau 22 în total și mai aveam 2 panouri. Nu știu ce a fost în capul lui. Să zic că m-a dat afară, că n-am plecat eu. Exact. Dar era foarte arogant, foarte bun.
Bă, nu, vezi cum e să te ieși țeapă.
Serios, da.
Exact. Dar eu ți-am zis înainte că practică nu e mare. Că practic tu, să zicem, dacă era o practică care te ajuta, aveai avans față de ceilalți cât 2 luni.
Exact.
Care e nimic.
Da, nu e mare.
Da.
Hai, am făcut și pe asta.
Sunt puțin. Da, deci el concentrează, e de la început. Da. Și o să-și mai de la... Nu mai mă anunțau ăștia. Auzi, nu m-am adus spre ea și nu mai dădeau mail-uri, dar în perioade. Și acum s-a nimerit să aflu pe cură.
Tot de la tari?
Da.
Tot de la tari, nu?
Da.
Mulțumesc.
Yeah, just that one.
Dar
Right now people walking.
aveau numărul de telefon, i-a scris la altul, s-a scris așa și n-au
Go back a bit.
și au găsit numărul de telefon.
Or back also.
A stat după noi, i-am zis că îi dau răspunsul pe nu știu cât timp să văd la muncă dacă pot. Adică chiar...
Chiar avea nevoie mare.
Nu, deci am văzut. Și eu mă gândeam că voi n-am mai spus de mult, poate nu mai mă ia.
Mai stau cu copac?
Care șefii erau mai
Poți să ne telefon. Să ajute careva.
au avut așa un pic de vedere, o muncă mai de...
De ce ai?
Eu zis bunătate de modul. Bune. Dacă le-am mâncat, da.
Nu, acum ia lui.
Șeful mare.
Nu? Nu e nevoie.
Mi-a convenit că m-am pus o muncă cu răspundere mai mare, dar mai făcea mai mult decât stau la chestii mărunte și lor. Și la final, nu, a zis după săptămână, lucrătorii noi, să văzut.
Ok, nu mai trebuie.
S-a uitat un pic pe statistic. Da, e bine. Ești pentru oamenii de bază, e bine. S-ar putea să mai mă duc. Acum că tot am revenit. Și am văzut că s-au mai îmbunătățit un pic și bine. Nici nu vreau, eu aș putea să duc concediu și să mă duc în două concedii, dar nu vreau să mă pierd.
Ai și concediu tău.
Și acum, ca să zic, m-a prins și cu datorii. Și cum am văzut, gata, mă duc.
Asta e ocazia.
S-a nimerit. Și să am nevoie de bani acum și să am concediu.
Băi, un ghiozdan, să se pune așa, dacă nu dai să cadă. Voi cu bossul în sus.
La muncă, m-a întrebat.
Florian. Da.
Să-mi spun ce mi-ați dat în Grecia.
Eu, Dami.
Da, în Grecia, da.
Vedeți cumva mâncare în plus? În surplus?
Definește mâncare.
Avem dulciurele.
Cifrele.
Nu dulciuri.
Sandwich nu mai avem.
Covrigei.
Da?
Covrigei,
De
salatini.
asta, salatini.
Ce să avea? De alea așa lungi așa?
Stai puțin.
Salatini. Stai că ți arată acum.
A, gen bazaconii de alea.
Bazaconi, exact.
A, și voi spuneți așa?
Da?
Da?
Când eram mai mici spuneam așa.
Da, aveam la un magazin și m-am dus odată la magazin și a cerut bazaconii. Și ce era bazaconii? Aveți bazaconii vărsate?
Napolitane?
Nu, bazaconii.
Șobolancă?
Ce e asta?
Adică de asta.
Salatini, mulțumesc. Că n-am...
Uite, mai am și caramele acum. Am mai făcut rost.
Ia și o caramela asta.
Mulțumesc.
Eu mă gândeam că o să oprim la o benzinărie sau ceva, să iau din sandwich de la benzinărie, dar am uitat și portofelul acasă și n-am oprit nici la benzinărie.
Da, acum am altele. Dacă ceva opris la întoarcere.
Și mai într-o parte Cristianca.
Scuze. Corn vrei? Corn.
Pic merg lângă asta momentan. Mulțumesc.
A oprit la mic. Și după ne-a zis.
Vreți? Că stare voastră, până.
Nu, mersi.
Noi am două mâncare.
Ah. Mulțumesc.
Regula 3 secunde.
E bă iarbă, ce are iarba?
E iarbă, cine?
Cât de la mine mâncam iarbă.
Am auzit niște pământ la cineva, deci ești ok.
Ah, iarba e bine atunci.
Da.
Bă, ce câine frumos.
De la Ciobănesc, Belgean.
Uite-l, mamă, ce urcă. Aș vrea să stau să intru în gura lui dacă mă întreb pe mine. Ai văzut?
Mie-mi plăcea la gri. Ăla era frumos, da.
E puțin, dar până pare așa la par.
Acela gri?
Ăla. Acum pregătește mama. Să-i dai comanda. Dai comanda. Ca și la cap.
Hoți.
Am eu baterie externă dacă vrei. Telefonul.
Dacă am păstrat la finalul lunii, uite, eu acum am avut 3 săptămâni, dar dacă erau 3 săptămâni ultimele din lună, puteam să le și cu încă una sau două din, că ne liberă și pe luna viitoare la început legal. Dar depinde și cum au uitat la că n-am știut să mă duc, hai că vin o săptămână acum.
Hai!
Așa.
Te dăm ăla.
Nu, eu n-am zis nimic. Adică,
Ia bine.
ziceam hai să mergem să mergem. Adică,
Eu nu, dar dintr-o dată.
păi da, asta e
Sau sunt eu.
Stai tu în pan.
Se poate și așa.
se fumează, ce vrei să
Mie m-a dus și
Asta după. La început. Nu făceam pe nimeni.
Nici nu știu.
Să băga nimeni.
pariu că nu.
Hai, pune aici.
Nici nu știu ce. Le-am uitat la mașină.
Cât de frumos. E același.
Deci, da.
Înghetam asta de amândoi.
Nu toate părțile. Ce mai? Da, s-a furit. S-a dus tot. Aveai pisică. You have a cat. Parcă și eu știu cum să te lași să se sperie. Bam. În primul copac.
Bravo!
Alo. Chiar a dat.
Da.
Chiar te faci să dea?
Nu ne dă. Bine, ce mai tare.
Hai să mergi și noi. Mai tare, mai tare.
Da. Serbă!
Dai!
Mama și-a jucat un volei.
Când jucăm?
Nu știu.
Ai învățat?
Ai caramele?
Luna, hai! Cuțu, cuțu! Stai, mă! Du-te! Du-te!
Malecă. Hai.
Bun!
Cuțu, cuțu.
Hai, Luna.
Bobo!
E ce treabă ăla? De bunică e blând, știi? Ia uite.
Stai că mai dă o tură.
Da.
E?
Acum îl vii la tine.
Ce faci?
Ajunge la tine și ne tine.
Da.
Am auzit că glumele seci se gustă, da?
Nu mai așa ca lui. A răsărit soarele și...
Acum chiar arăt cu ură când drag.
Păi?
E gata asta. Da. Nu mai trebuie. Bine, greu.
Cu ce?
Chiar doare mult. O plecam. Mergeam? Mergeți pe aici.
Te frică de el?
Am sărit în groapă.
Ah. Am crezut că făceai de cățel.
Și aveam șanse să fug.
Luna, stai. Luna, stai. Vine aici. Hai, vine aici.
Ce-a fugit?
Hai, Luna.
Gata, mai.
Stai că să se ducă la... Hai, hai, du-te, ușor.
Ce-mi place?
Vreau să n-avem cu noi, știi? Hai să nu știu. Să mă duc, să nu mă duc. Hai că e cineva care mă multă. Am mâncat 500 de metri, aproape de seama, 1000 de metri. Suntem pornești la 200 de metri, nu? Băi, pe bun?
La un fiș.
Da, hai. Da, asta e. Ce? Se poate că nu se poate, dar trebuie să vorbim la ea. Să dea puțin mai încolo. Să vezi că bani știi că te-am pus pe bord, știi?
Ai grijă.
Mai încoace, vă dragă, așa.
Foarte puțin.
Da, pe noștri.
Ce e pedala portocaliu? Ce e îmbrăcat în portocaliu pe pedala cealaltă?
Nu știu ce după pe care am depășit.
Ne-am dat solul cu ei.
Exact. La mai filmează?
Da.
Dacă nu merg pe mult. Și cred că ți-am zis acolo. Sper.
S-a părut cam acolo? Vrei să pleacă de trăgeai direct de la
Mergem jos.
vârf? Mergem mie. Așa?
Mă golim muntele.
Da? Pornim? Sau aștept pe cealaltă?
Și am pus un cârcel.
Da.
You wanna skip ahead? Are you in a hurry?
Picture hurts?
Yeah, I just feel a little cramped. It'll be fine. Auzi, îmi pui și mie asta, te rog, în chestia asta de la ghiozdan?
Da.
Mulțumesc. Așa, perfect, mulțumesc. Păi da, noi am făcut pauză și pe ei nu-i lăsăm.
Your stamina.
I'm fine, except for the fact that my right quad is starting to cramp up a little. But I think it's just because of that uphill battle. It should go away.
Does that happen when you cycle? Like you get-
Only if I don't do it for a long time.
Okay.
Last time it happened, I hadn't cycled in like a year, and then I got off, and I couldn't bend my knee anymore. My legs are stuck like that.
my squash legs are feeling it.
The spot seems harder than the going up.
I think so.
Could also just be that we're tired now.
Yeah, all of them.
All of the above. Looks like Augustus is in a hurry.
Yeah,
Skip
he's on a
that.
mission.
He's a
Like
man.
he's speed running
Yeah.
at this point.
So is the name spelled Harry, like in Harry Potter? Oh, okay.
I've never actually seen Harry Potter.
Me neither.
So you read the books, have you?
Yeah, no, have I read the books? Not seen any of the movies. I might have seen like clips, but didn't really think.
What about Star Wars?
I think I've watched maybe like 4 of the movies, but I didn't really get it because it's like first you have to watch 3 and then 7 and then 4 and then 2. It's like the weirdest order possible. I don't know why they made it that way, but I have friends that like it and they tried to explain it to me and I just still couldn't really get it. I didn't really enjoy movies. The ones that I did like, they're like really well liked, like Shutter Island, Seven, or Fight Club. And as for shows, I think I just like Breaking Bad. I can't really think of another one. Yeah, it's Breaking Bad.
I mean, that's probably the best series ever. You
Yeah.
can make a case.
You could, but it's very subjective. So I've tried also watching a few animes. I think it's anime, but I just enjoy it again, the mainstream ones. What about you? You like Star Wars?
Yeah, I like it. I kind of just grew up watching it, but I would say the movies are objectively not that great. But because I grew up with them, I like them.
Oh, compared to the comic books or what?
No, just like as a movie. If you take the movie alone, it's probably not a great movie. But because it's Star Wars, it's good.
Yeah. I think the newer ones, well, I've not watched them, so I don't know, but I think what they do is they take like random characters that have shown up in the previous movies and they make like the backstory. If it's kind of lazy, they're just kind of like milking the franchise.
Yeah, then they kill off, not to spoil, but they kill all the good characters.
Well, I don't really mind spoilers. I'm probably not going to watch it anyway. Speaking of, have you watched Game of Thrones?
I haven't.
Me neither.
Really?
No, I thought I'd reading the books, but it's not finished, so what's the point? It's just... Also, they're very long.
And I know everyone's angry about the last
Season, yeah.
Mm.
Because they had to write it themselves.
Romanian like movies or TV shows that are worth watching?
I don't really consume media in Romanian, to be honest. So I don't know. As for shows, I really don't know. I don't think so. Although I'm a very harsh critic when it comes to that. I feel like I'm, what's the word? It's like ethnocentrism. It's like I think Romania sucks compared to everything else for some reason. I guess I've grown jaded.
I mean, at least not in terms of mountains. Come on.
Yeah, the mountains are fine. What kind of music do you listen to?
Various 21 Pilots I like artists.
Mm-hmm.
I normally latch onto one artist and then just listen to all of their stuff.
Until I get bored of them.
Yeah, and then I move on and then come back.
Yeah.
Dire Straits.
Never heard of them.
Queen is good.
Oh, yeah. That's a classic.
Yeah. What about you?
Well, I can also just listen to pretty much anything. As soon as I start liking it, I'll listen to it until I get bored of it, and then maybe come back to it later. Right now I'm listening to a lot of rap, like GID specifically. But I kind of, every now and again, I go back and listen to some jazz or classical music. And jazz is mostly like a shower thing.
You listen. The shower thing.
Yeah, I listen to jazz in the shower. Yeah. Classical music for when I'm, like I want to listen to music, but I don't want to listen to music, you know what I mean? Like the lyrics, I just want to have music on in the background, which I usually don't. I end up like filtering it out. It happens very often that I'm in my car with friends and then the music cuts off for one reason or another, and then they remind me like 30 minutes later. I didn't even notice it going off because I had already filtered it out. I don't really, like if I'm doing something else, I don't really pay attention to it.
Do you have music when you code?
Not really. Very rarely. I mostly just talk to myself when I'm coding. I'm like coding out loud. Sometimes.
Like, how was your day while you're coding?
No. I'm like, okay, then we do this and then we do that. Sometimes I don't. I just have like days where I won't say anything, and then I'll have to say something, and I'll kind of like resent the moment. I'll be like, I had like a streak going. I hadn't spoken in like 3 hours. It's just like a random thing. It's kind of silly.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
Really? I've heard people say like, oh, like I woke up and I wanted to speak, and then I had to speak to someone, and I was like, I kind of hate you for it. I was like, wow, so relatable. It's silly, but like it kind of makes sense. To me, at least. Maybe it doesn't.
No, I think so. There's logic. Should we go find our business?
Yeah, I'm well rested enough. Well. Oh, you dropped something? Oh, just a stone. Well, we might not find him. Well, unless we get to the cars, and then he'll probably be there.
The cars or the cows?
The cars, the beagles. Oh. He went ahead. He probably hasn't stopped yet. Can you see him? Is that him? No, that's the people with the dog.
Maybe that's him?
Off in the distance. Could be. Looks like he's found another group. Do you go home often to Zimbabwe?
Well, I did get to go home quite often last year, or twice. So I went for like 6 weeks of the summer break, and then because my semester in Budapest started a month early than I came back.
Oh.
And then for about 2.5 weeks earlier, but yeah, I'm not sure. That's like the one tricky thing with living on the other side of the world.
Do you miss home?
Not so much now. Like when I first went to Poland, that was my first time leaving home. So yeah, I was quite homesick in like the first period.
Mm-hmm.
But now, yeah, now it's nice.
I remember I used to think I was like surrounded by people all the time, and it often got me annoyed, and I was like, oh, I wish I could just live alone. And then when I finally went to university, there's a dorm room where there was supposed to be 2 of us. My roommate just never showed up, so it was just me, and I didn't have a laptop or anything. And for the first week I was like dreading it. I couldn't regret it anymore. I wished I could just get like a time machine and never go to university or something. And eventually I got used to it, but yeah, I can't really imagine, especially to another country where you can't even go home. I could just go home for the weekends, but still.
Yeah, like the first few nights they like kicked in, because yeah, when I was home I was so cocky, like, oh, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
Like I'm ready to leave, and then you leave and you realize, yeah, damn, my family's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
But where do you live now? Do you have your own place, or?
I lived in Bucharest for 10 months, and then I decided not to pay rent anymore. So I live with my grandma basically in Dermenești. I'm trying to move out because I can't really find any like opportunities to socialize or like go out or anything. It's kind of annoying. But I'm the kind of person that I always, it's not that I want or I can't have, but I overrate or overestimate things that I don't have. So I feel like I'm gonna look forward to moving back to Bucharest, and then when I'm there I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I wish I was home again.
Yeah, I think that's very common. It's like when I don't know, let's say my flatmates go out somewhere, I'll often have a fear of missing out, but then I know if I went with them I probably wouldn't enjoy it that much.
Yeah.
So it's like a lose-lose.
Yeah. Usually when it comes to something like that, I try and go anyway. I know I won't enjoy it, but, well, it's not that I won't enjoy it, I won't enjoy it. But I try to do it anyway, just to kind of go out of my comfort zone and like try and do other things, because otherwise I'll just be at home all the time.
Yeah, I have this similar tendency. Yeah, I must say, like, having flatmates around has made a massive difference. Because when I was in Poland, like not having people around me to push me kind of just meant I just never went out like seeking adventures.
Yeah.
Like with flatmates, if I see them going somewhere, it's like, okay, I need to get going too. And then it's better.
Yeah, it's a huge difference.
Yeah.
It's the same for me. For those 10 months when I was in Bucharest, I was living alone, and I figured I don't really want to have a social life. I'll just get a second job. And I just worked 2 remote jobs at the same time.
So you actually
for 3
got
months.
a second job?
Yeah, for 3 months. Oh, you stepped right in that.
Put it down.
Yeah,
No one saw.
it's fine. It was all dried up. But then the second job, it didn't really pay that well, and it was kind of boring. I was like grading interview questions. Basically, it was like a service that offers facilitation of the interviewing process. They would give the interviewee programming questions, and then it'd have some rubrics like email has opening, email has closing statement, stuff like that. And I'd just take a box. Well, more specific, I'd put in either 0 or 1. Which way? Let's see. I think it's this way. Yep, it's this way. And didn't pay that well. It was really boring. And after a while, I noticed we were using a Trello board. Do you know what Trello is?
Trello, yes. Yes, like
yeah, you can like drag like labels and stuff, not labels, I don't know, cards. So we were using Trello so you could see what other people were grading, and there were a few. Obviously pretty much everyone was outsourced to like a freelancing web platform called Upwork. It's like Fiverr kind of.
Yeah.
And almost everyone was like from third world countries, and I could see that a few of them, not only were they taking almost an hour per like person, I guess, per test, but also two people had to do the same thing. Two people had to grade the same thing so that you knew it was, you know, correct. And those people, I often had to correct them a lot. So I just kind of started like grading like 3 things, taking a break for 5 minutes, grading 3 things, taking another break, and then eventually I got to the point where I just put it on my laptop and I was playing League at the same time, and like very rarely actually going and doing anything on the thing, like on the platform. And they messaged me and they're like, yo, we noticed that your recalibration percentage has gone down, which means that you're getting like pretty much everything right, no one has to correct you, but at the same time your speed has also gone down by a lot. You're doing like worse than you were doing when you were training, because when I was training it was taking me like 20 minutes to do one person. Training in quotation marks, because basically like just first 2 weeks they're more lenient with you, and now it was taking me 1 hour, and I figured, oh, it's whatever, they don't care, the other people are doing it too, I'll just be like, oh yeah, I'll try to improve. So I said that, and then 3 weeks later they just let me go. And then I think that was a good thing, because first of all they were paying me like $9 an hour, which is not that good. Well, I guess for Romania it's pretty good, but it was less than I was making at the other place that I was working on at the same time. So I just started applying to other jobs on there, and eventually I got another one, and then for another 3 months I worked 2 jobs again, until I started feeling a bit guilty about having to lie when we had like overlapping meetings, and I had to make excuses for why I couldn't show up. And I just quit the first one. And also the first one being my first job, I got into the point where I wasn't really learning anything. I was basically working for like 2 hours every day tops, because they were extremely lenient, and the other co-workers, they just really weren't up to standard, I should say. Like, no, nothing against them personally, they just weren't that good at their job. And I saw no reason to do any better than they were, when I was probably getting paid less than them because I was in a junior position. And also I was getting a bit of blowback from someone that I later found out had some like dental issues, and it was causing him a lot of pain, and it was making him passive aggressive. And I'm not, like, in the real world I'm a somewhat combative person, but in like a professional environment I don't see the point in letting my ego like get the best of me, and possibly suffer from that. And I was like, I could defend myself, but it wouldn't get anywhere. I asked for a raise, like very subtly. I should have just been like, yo, give me a raise, I'm leaving, to be honest. But then I was like, the other place paying me 3 times this, I'm just gonna leave. No point having 2 jobs. Well, actually there's a point, because you get more money, but beyond that. That looks like we're almost there. And it's like a pretty big thing. There's even a subreddit called Overemployed, specifically for people that work remote jobs, like 3 to 4 remote jobs at the same time. And the whole philosophy is that you just kind of, you don't lie about it, you know, you don't say like, oh, it's my only job, because they don't ask you, first of all. And they don't have it in the contract, oh, you can't work another job at the same time. You just like omit it. And you just understand that there's a possibility you'll get fired at any point in time. You go in with the thought of like, oh, I'm just gonna work for them for like 3-4 months. You constantly apply, you collect them like Pokemon cards. But I can't really do that, because I just find that to be too stressful.
Yeah, I think it might be more trouble than
it's worth.
Actual reward, yeah. And your company now sounds pretty good.
Yeah, the one that I'm working for now, I love them. And I think even if I was to I'd have to get like an offer for like 2.5 times the salary to leave them, honestly. Because you can't really put a price on like a healthy relationship with your coworkers.
Yeah, especially if you're like your friends now. That's pretty unique. Like 95% of jobs will never have that. So.
I still don't see Augustus.
No, I hope I'm sure we're on the right path.
Well, actually, that might be a problem. Probably not, actually.
Yeah, don't rely on me to navigate.
The thing is, like the symbol to go to where we were going was like the red cross.
Okay.
So you might have been able to read that on the sign, but also, I don't know if you did. There's like a guy dressed in red, like all the way over there. That could be him.
Oh wait, was that the house?
I think.
Before?
Yeah, I remember us going past this lake, quote unquote lake, puddle.
Because I think Emmy said we would go back to the house and then down.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we're on the right path. I don't know if he is, but he probably is. Hopefully. Here's to hoping.
He is the experienced one.
Oh, so he's gone hiking many times before?
He has, yeah.
Oh, well then he probably knows what he's doing.
You were saying you wanted to go back to Bucharest maybe like socially, I guess?
Yeah.